friends! Welcome back to my channel. This is Aso Tarot, and in today's very big boy reading, we are going to be asking the incredibly dense question, how can you love yourself? I actually have been planning a love reading in a similar format for quite a while. Like the last one I've done was almost a year ago at this point, so I was like, oh, maybe it's high time we do that. But then I kind of realized before I do that, I want to dedicate as much time as I will to that reading to loving yourself first, because sometimes we can use romantic relationships or the idea of one to kind of escape the fact that maybe we want someone else to love us so that we don't have to deal with the burden of figuring out how to love ourselves. So today I figured we would go really deep into how to love yourself. And the biggest thing that I want to say here is that you're not going to leave this reading being like, oh wow, I love myself now. That's not really how it works. Self-love is kind of a continual process. And just saying affirmations oftentimes is not necessarily enough. We kind of have to show ourselves that we love ourselves through our actions and our choices and our boundaries. And there's a lot that we do subconsciously that portrays the message to us that we don't love ourselves. And so I think that this is a great opportunity for us to just sit down, look at everything that you're doing well, look at everything that you're doing that maybe prevents this sort of thing. The way that I have the reading set up is we're gonna start with just why you're already lovable, because I think the biggest hurdle to self-love is the idea that we think we're not lovable or that we're not good enough for it. And the fact of the matter is, the fact that you're living, breathing, watching my channel, obviously, and just the fact that you exist means that you deserve love. And even if the people in your life make you feel like you don't, or that's what you believe, that is not the truth. The truth is that you are so lovable the way you already are. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with why you're already lovable, and that should also help you figure out if the pile is for you or not. And then we will go ahead and look at what your needs are, what you need to feel loved and valued. So when it comes to needs, I want you to be aware that some needs are foundational, like we need them our entire lives, they're not going to change. And some needs do change over time. So you may find that the needs that resonate with you may not resonate with you forever, and that's okay. So if you find that maybe the ways that you have been loving yourself are no longer hitting the same, that's maybe when you could, one, revisit this video, and check out a different pile and see if there's different suggestions or solutions there. But even if you just only view this reading once, I may not be able to hit every single point of what all of your needs are, but hopefully through this process, it will get you asking yourself, what are my needs? How am I fulfilling them? So after we look at your needs, then we're going to look at how you can meet those needs better. So we will look at them and then see what you can do to fulfill them yourself. And then finally, we'll finish off with some good old gratitude, because gratitude just makes the world better. And if you enjoy this reading and it does resonate, then I will also have an extended where we are going to be looking at what blessings you will receive from doing this self-love. I don't know why I just got a brain fart there, but yeah, that's what we're doing today. So we have 4 piles to choose from, starting with pile 1. We have the Pink Tiger Tarot, and then this Labradorite Tiger carving. And then for pile 2, we have the Weird Cat Tarot, and this blue rose quartz sphere. And then for pile 3, we have the Star Spinner Tarot and this Amethyst rose. And then finally for pile 4, we have the 8th House Tarot and this Rose Quartz Swan. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. It's absolutely okay to be drawn to more than one. The why you why you already deserve love portion of this reading is kind of going to be your opportunity to feel out the energy and see if it resonates for you, because you should be able to pick out things straight out of the gate that are aspects of you and things like that. But in this reading, it cannot hurt to watch more than one, even if you don't necessarily resonate with it. There could be good tidbits or things that you might want to hear. So, you know, don't stress yourself out. Just do whatever works for you. But once you have picked your pile or piles, you can go ahead and scroll down to the description box or the comment section, where I will have all the timestamps listed below. And then if you want to check out the extended after this reading, it will be linked directly underneath the timestamps. So that's all I have. Go ahead and pick your pile or piles. And once you have picked it, I will see you in your reading. Hi there, pile one. If you guys chose the Labradorite Tiger and also the Pink Tiger Tarot, this is going to be your reading all about how to love yourself. So thank you so much for being here. And we're going to go ahead and start just to make sure this is your reading and to validate why you deserve to be loved and why you are super lovable. We are just going to see straight out the gate, besides the fact that you exist and are living and breathing means you inherently deserve love, but we are going to see specific reasons why you are already lovable and why there's already stuff to love. So to start, we have Divine Masculine. The frequency of Divine Masculine supports our strong, focused, and active side, allowing it to express itself while helping us bring our dreams and ideas into form with kindness and wisdom. We have Back to What You Love. Reevaluate your desires. We have Agape. We have Bat. We have Dragonfly. The Green Spectrum. We have Gift. We have Mountain Goat. And finally, we have Dream Meadow. Create the world you want to live in. Visionaries, imagination, escapism. So I want to say right off the bat, pile one, I would say that you definitely already know that you're lovable. Maybe it's something that you get disconnected from at times, but even if you're not a spiritual person, like even if you don't believe in anything other than what you can see with your own two eyes, unconditional love has been modeled to you in some way, whether it's through parents or through being a parent, whether it's through a significant other or just friendships, animals, really anything. It's clear here that at the very least you're capable of extending unconditional love to others. You may struggle at times to give it to yourself, but I do think that you have the ability to kind of go for full circle in a way that's very like, at times you might get discouraged and shame yourself, but it's always like you come back around and you're like, oh yeah, like I'm pile one, like I'm the shit, like I deserve so much. And I think that especially for some of you, if the past few years or so have been like a journey of you kind of getting lost and refinding yourself, it's like even when you get lost now, you've gone through enough growth and change to not lose the core parts of yourself. And one thing that I think is really awesome is that you may by nature be a very just like daydreamy person. Kind of gives me like Pisces energy, but also kind of Gemini energy. I heard Gemini Mars, so that could be significant, but you're learning how to take action and overcome your coping mechanisms that you've kind of used just to tolerate things. There's a lot of release on your end where you're learning to view things with compassion. And I don't think that this is necessarily something that you've had to learn in general. I think it's more so something that you've been relearning as you go through your life journey. It's like maybe for a while you got disconnected from that unconditionally loving energy, which I do want to say that I'm getting this from the Agape card, which represents spiritual love and kind of the love that the divine has for us silly little humans and our silly little tasks. And it's almost like maybe you got so caught up in doing all of your silly little tasks that you maybe forgot the big picture and what truly matters. And I think one thing that's incredibly lovable about you is the fact that you even have the awareness of when you're off track or when you're not being authentic to who you are. When I look at this gift card, you know, your heart is a gift. You're a very loyal person. And if you have a partner or just somebody that you really care about, I think they see your love as a very precious gift. And I think it really doesn't matter if it's a partner. I think friends, family, the people that are close to you recognize how beautiful and big your heart is, and they really love you so much, and they love that you love to love. You know what I mean? And with this green spectrum here, you truly understand generosity and compassion and loving energies. This green spectrum essentially represents the heart chakra. And when it comes to this pile, I really think that you're learning how to do the things you don't want to do out of love. And I think a lot of them are related to yourself. So one thing that you should love about yourself is you have a killer mind. And not even in like a very like math and stats sort of way. You totally could. Give me some of that, please. But even if it's not that, it's just that you have a very rich imagination. You're incredibly creative, but also intelligent. And like that combination is so powerful, and that's why your mind is so amazing. But I think at times maybe you get lost in your own mind. And if your mind isn't in a good place, it's very easy to convince yourself of things that may not necessarily be true, but just feel true to you. And so I think that you have been working so hard to get your mind to a place where it's not controlling you, but where you're controlling it. And we have to talk about with this mountain goat, your persistence to, I just heard not losing. So whether it's not losing your mind, not losing your integrity, not losing the connections that you care about, not losing yourself. Like even if you get lost, it's like you're persistent in refinding yourself. And I think now you're starting to realize that these, and if it's not now, I would definitely say it was in the past, you're realizing that the beautiful things you imagine and envision aren't meant to just stay in your head. And so you've definitely been embodying this divine masculine energy. Now, I do just want to say, we all have feminine and masculine energy within us. This is nothing to do with sex and everything to do with energies. So maybe this is something that you're currently learning, like you're maybe trying to kind of get out of your own head and take action, or you're taking inspired action now. So like maybe if you never really struggled with taking action, like you could take action and only be kind of half present and be off in your own little world. It's like you're starting to create and act with intention rather than just, you know, chaotically doing things without purpose. And I think it's taken you a lot to really overcome, which I don't think you fully overcome these things yet, and you need to know like that that's okay, and the fact that you're even trying to overcome them is incredibly amazing. But essentially, you're slowly but surely overcoming the learned habits and behaviors that you've carried or gained just from having a human experience. And it's like this process that you've been through currently has been something where you're like almost like shedding off old layers of yourself, like shedding skin, kind of like a snake or something, where you're just getting rid of what no longer needs to be there, and like limiting beliefs, limiting behaviors. And I think, you know, the way society pressures us to do certain things or to act in certain ways, I mean, obviously it's going to be different based upon where you live, what your culture is, things of that nature. But I think you're having this realization of what is truly like mine? What do I truly love? Like, what will truly make me happy? And instead of worrying about how that would affect others if you were doing what would make others happy, it's like you finally reach the point where you've realized, oh, like I can't force anyone to love me. I can't force anyone to love what I'm doing. But if I don't love what I'm doing, if I don't love where I'm headed in life, what's the point? And so I think that you're realizing, like, it's time to stop keeping yourself small. It's almost kind of time to fly. And for some of you, I feel like it's maybe taken you a really long time to overcome certain hurdles, especially mental ones. But you have to know that what's so lovable about you is your ability to see the truth of who you are, and the ability to know that even if you're feeling unconfident or you're feeling down about yourself, at your core, you still know you're the shit. And you still know that you bring value to this world. And you know that there are not only living beings, but also many divine beings that love you unconditionally, whether you believe in them or not. It's like, you know, deep down, like, even if it's not, the candle agrees with me, even if it's not inherent and present in your conscious mind, you still feel it deep down. And I think that your relationship to others is really changing, in the sense that I feel like you take a lot more pride, maybe more than you used to, in being a good friend, being a good partner, being a good parent, being a good child, being a good member of society, and acting from places of love. And I think it's taken you a long time to overcome certain hurdles in finding yourself, but the fact that you have, I just, like, I see tons of, like, human-shaped spiritual beings, like, weeping tears of joy for you. Like, and I think some of these are ancestors. I think your higher self is definitely involved in that. I think there was a point in time where you were really, really, really lost. And for some of you, you may have thought about giving up. And instead of getting up, you chose to look at that giant ass mountain in front of you and start climbing it, because you were just not going to lose. You were not going to lose your life. You were not going to lose your will to live. You were not going to lose your passion, your enthusiasm. I would definitely say that for a lot of people here, you've probably been through a dark night of the soul, but it's brought you back to where you're meant to be and to rediscover who you are. I feel like crying. So I hope you're not crying. But I mean, it's okay if you are. There's nothing wrong with crying. It's just releasing. And I think that is what you've been doing, is just releasing a lot of pent up, I heard aggression, but also just frustration and pain that has just, you know, weighed on you in the past. And it's like you're slowly but surely just realizing how much you don't need to carry that anymore. And that, you know, even when you can't see the forest for the trees, like, there always will be a clearing. There always will be a way out. And that peace is always an option to you. And I think you're realizing, like, yes, life is hard, but you came from love, and one day you'll return to love. But that doesn't mean that you can't live in love now. Why wait? Why worry about the fickle expectations of other people and judgments and opinions of them, when in reality you could just be doing you and not stressing about that? And you may still stress about it, but less so than you will if you are just going along with what everyone else wanted for you. And I don't know why Spirit's bringing up Britney Spears and just kind of like everything that she went through. And, you know, there's a really amazing, it's obviously horrible what happened to her, but, you know, the really beautiful thing to come from it was that so many of her fans and people that supported her loved her so much that they helped her get out of a really horrible situation that she shouldn't have been in the first place. And I remember when all of this stuff went down, I was pretty young. I was like, oh gosh, like 7 or 9 years old. And when you're at that age, you're so impressionable. And so I remember being little and being like, oh yeah, she's crazy. Or like, and things like that, and you just didn't think about it because that's what society was doing. And now society is like, I can't believe we did this to Britney, free Britney, like this is horrible. But it's like the same society that condemned her 10 years ago is the society that is praising her now. And so I think maybe one thing that you're realizing is that the truth always eventually comes out, and people change, beliefs change, and it takes action to show that change. And it can be very, very hard to take action, you know what I mean? Like the Leave Britney Alone guy, like, you know, he got memed on hardcore for that, but he's a freaking, like, he's amazing. Like, I'm so glad that he did that and defended her. And it's like, you know, what society condemns now, they may be blessing in 10 years. So that's why it's just so important to really trust what feels right to you, because you don't want to kick yourself later for not following what you knew was right for you earlier when people eventually come around. And I think one thing that you need to know is that whatever you're following or whatever you're trying to go towards, the people who truly love you, even if they don't necessarily understand what you're doing, they don't necessarily understand why you're doing it, the ones that truly matter will come around. And even if they don't, I truly believe that they will. But on the off chance that they don't, it has no bearing on you. And I think that it would be better to, which I guess that's up to you, whether you value being authentic to yourself or making the ones around you happy. But people who truly love you will want you to be happy, want you to do what makes you happiest. But the reason why you are so lovable is because of, you know, just the amazing spirit that you have, and your ability to refine yourself, and your ability to forgive yourself, your ability to forgive others, your ability to see love for what it truly is. You're patient, you're kind, maybe not always, but that's what you strive to do. And we're humans, we make mistakes, we can't always be perfect. But you know deep down that you have worth, and you know deep down that you are lovable, and you're taking action to put what you see in your head into the world. You're taking action and taking things into your own hands. You're fighting, you're not giving up, and that really is what makes you so lovable just right now. But I'm gonna go ahead and switch out these cards and get ready for the next part of the reading, where we are going to look at what your needs are. Okay, let's go ahead and start looking at what your needs are. So I do have some oracles shuffled for that, but we are also going to be using tarot for this part. And I'm not taking reversals in this reading just because I want to keep things pretty like concise and just take them for what they are. But I will say, I think one thing that's maybe not scratching the surface quite yet, or maybe that I haven't scratched the surface of quite yet, is maybe just quite how like tumultuous this journey has been for you. And there might be a lot of guilt and regret for things like choices you made or things that you didn't do. And I think that you're learning that unconditional love and forgiveness for self is like a kind of a never-ending process. Okay. So, Spirit, what are pile one's needs, please? So, I wonder if for some of you, tigers are significant. Okay, so we have the Ten of Pentacles. We have the King of Swords. We have the Devil. What else? Spirit. We have the Five of Wands with another tiger. Hello, Mr. Christmas Duck. I am just going to move you a little bit. And finally, I'm actually going to pull the top card, Ace of Wands, and the bottom card, the Three of Wands. Okay. Does that make sense? All right, let's look at your oracles now. So to start, we have Answered Prayer. We have Underworld. We have Appreciation. It came out in reverse, So I'm going to honor that. We also have the World. No, I want to put you here. There we go. That's better. We have Potential. We have Choice. And finally, we have Prejudice. What if you were categorized into a group and given attributes that were false without truly knowing who you are? So the biggest thing that I'm gonna start with, like your biggest need, it came out first, and that was family. But not just family, but a prosperous family. And this family does not necessarily have to be the understanding. It doesn't have to be biological. It could absolutely be, but I also think that this is like a network of people in your life that truly care about you, want to support you. For some of you, you may have, like, part of your needs may be either something that you're currently striving for or something that you already have, but it's this need for family, this need to feel belonging, this need to feel at home, this need to feel safe. I just heard provider as well. So there's a need to be of value to these people, these individuals, whether they're biological family members or family that you have found and created. There's definitely this need to not only have family, but to bless this family with abundance. I do think that there is a part of you that needs, I don't know if you need luxury, but you definitely like it. I think that you do, though, need to feel secure financially. You need to feel safe in that way. And so that definitely may be something, or if you're feeling insecure about that, it's almost like you need somebody who at least has the same experiences that you do, that can give you good guidance and good, what am I saying? There's literally like a Chanel necklace on this. Of course you guys need luxury. I'm not even gonna, you need luxury. If you need it, you need it. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think with the King of Swords here, you also need, you need the ability to see things from a cool and rational place. And that may be quite hard, especially if you can get really lost in yourself. So maybe that's something that you have been learning, or maybe right now, I almost wonder with the King of Swords if, like, maybe you prioritize your logical brain. I don't know if that's all of you, but we have a lot of masculine energy here as well as Capricorn energy. But there's definitely this energy within you where, like, there's a need kind of to be the smartest person in the room. And truth be told, you can never know that. And so there's almost a need to just believe it and assume it. Maybe not feel like you need to prove it, but there's a need to be appreciated for your intellect and to be appreciated for what your mind can create. I think that when it comes to making decisions, you definitely need to make decisions from a place where you feel secure in how you've thought things through. But I also think there's a huge need for excitement within you. It's hard because it's like you kind of have your, like, two extremes are being pulled at. Like, it's almost like your need for security, but then also your need to have fun and enjoy chaos. I do think that there's a part of you that really feels drawn to either darker aspects of humanity, or you've seen those things, you've experienced those things. There's almost like, even if you know something to be true, it's like you almost need to learn it the hard way, because that's just what works best for you. What I see with the Five of Wands, I do think that you have a very competitive spirit, and I think that there is a need to be competing with yourself. And maybe that maybe this gets expressed in less ideal ways. Like, maybe you can get overly competitive with others, or maybe you can get overly like jealous or like mean to yourself if you feel like you're not up to other people's standards. But I also think there's a need to protect others here. There's a need to be a leader for sure. And you're definitely a hard worker. It's like you may want luxury, but you're gonna work to get it. It's not like you're just gonna try to like, you know, be like my scammers and pretend to be me and then, you know, be dickholes. But you know, honesty and integrity is important to you. And I think that in your past, maybe you've realized that your actions didn't align with your morals. And I think you're realizing that there's a need to put those back into balance. And I think what's really interesting is in terms of your, why you're already lovable, the compassionate parts of your nature, I think, are inherent, but I think they got bruised or wounded because you didn't know how to take care of them at first. And there's this part of you that this incredible need for freedom, but then at the same time, there's a need for security and safety. And so one of your needs with this Three of Wands in the world is the need for expansion, the need for people, for you to have like constructive conversations with others, the need to be around people that expand your viewpoint. Because one thing I'm seeing here with prejudice is that maybe one thing that has held you back from being more open to how your needs could be served is the fact that you may judge certain things or have limiting beliefs against certain people, against certain practices. Tarot, for example, like maybe you judged the shit out of tarot and was like, that's not real. I mean, it is real. It's like, it's literally real. Whether you find it valuable or not, like, or that it brings anything to the table, that's up to you. But like, for example, just with tarot, you know, there can be a lot of prejudices against that and assumptions against that. And so, you know, maybe part of your needs are to kind of fight the things that you've been taught, the things that have been ingrained within you, and to fight what you've learned from your family as well. Not to completely eliminate what you've learned from your family, because there are valuable things that you've learned from that, whether it be a biological one or a family of your own creation. But I do think that you have and were always meant to evolve beyond what your foundation is. And that doesn't mean you get rid of your foundation. It just means that you bring what you've learned back to that foundation and build it up and make it even stronger. With this Ace of Wands here, I really think you do need excitement. You need to know that there's more coming. You need to know that there's something to work towards. It's like there's always got to be a new goal in your mind. Otherwise, you'll stop climbing. Otherwise, you'll stop trying. And maybe at times, this is really difficult for you because you don't give yourself a break. And I don't think you appreciate how far you've come. But I also think maybe one thing you don't realize, probably because you haven't asked for it, and I'm noticing that there's two, the Devil card is a 15 as well as appreciation. And I think one thing that you may not realize is that you do really thrive. Spirit, why? This is not 18 plus. I just heard praise king. Yeah. Anyway, I do think that maybe you don't realize how valuable people saying kind things to you can be. Or maybe if people do appreciate you, you have a lot of trouble receiving that appreciation. It's almost like maybe sometimes it's easier for you if people don't like you or if people don't see you. Because I do think that you have a hard time receiving blessings for what you do. I think you get a lot of satisfaction out of making sacrifices for others, but I think you leave yourself burnt out because not only do you not appreciate what you're doing, but maybe the people around you don't take the time to appreciate you, or even if they do appreciate you, I don't know if you appreciate yourself or are willing to receive others' appreciation. You may feel like you're not deserving of it or you're not worthy of it, but you are. And one thing that I'm seeing here is that you're really in this very transformational cycle within you where your needs at this present moment are to fight what you have been tethered to in the past. And what you've been tethered to may not be anything physical. It could be, like I said, your mindset, your belief system, your willingness to change your habits, things like that. And I think one thing that you need is the ability, which I think you've already had this, but for some of you, maybe not, the ability to humble yourself. Because clearly you understand the concept of like divine love and loving unconditional energy. And you know that because you're capable of giving it yourself. But if you don't believe you're worthy of receiving it, the divine can send you love. People in your life can love you all they want, but you're not going to receive it in a very productive way. It's not going to be effective for you because you're not open to it. And you may not realize that you're not open to it. You may think of it, you may like drift off in conversations, or you may be passive aggressive at times or things like that because it's like deep down you want something, but you're too afraid to ask for it. And you don't have to ask other people for things. You can ask spirit, you can ask God, you can ask the universe, you can ask your guides, whatever you believe in. But I think there's a need to know that the divine will answer your prayers. But if you don't even pray, there's nothing that they can answer. So there's a real need for you to start speaking your truth. That's really what this King of Swords is about. You have a need to speak your wisdom, but the divine is definitely saying there's a need to know when to speak and when to be silent, because the King of Swords can also be very wrathful, and you do like to indulge. And I think there is a need for you to indulge, especially if you work really hard. Like, you deserve to reap the fruits of your labor, you know what I mean? But I do think that there's definitely like a bondage or like BDSM aspect for some of you about this. Like, there's a need to have darker experiences in your life, not because they are literally dark, but because like society views them as more dark, I guess you could say. But it's almost like you need to have an exciting inner world, and maybe like you need a partner that will share that inner world with you, or multiple partners that will share that inner world with you, or just people that you care about that will share in that inner world with you. Or at the very least, if it's nothing you share with anyone else, there's a need for you to explore it without shame. If you're not hurting anyone without consent, I feel I need to say that, there should be nothing wrong with what you're doing. Who gives a fuck what other people think? And obviously I think maybe one of the hard things is that you might feel like you're not judgmental of people, but if you're judgmental of yourself, you're definitely judgmental of other people. And you may not even see where your judgments really affect others and where your judgments really affect your ability to allow yourself to just be you. And so I think that there is a need to allow yourself to continue transforming and allow yourself to kind of, for some of you, like close a chapter that you've been ready to close for a long time and expand. One thing I'm hearing with this choice card, it's like I feel like you definitely need the ability and the opportunity to weigh your options, to take time to think about things, to feel like there's always more than one way to go about a certain thing. But I do think that maybe for some of you, there are choices that you've made in the past that you're being really hard on yourself for. And I think that there is a need to recognize that you made those choices. You can't change that, but you can take what you learned from those choices and grow from it, expand beyond those choices, so that when you're faced with a similar situation, instead of making the same choice that you felt bound to in the past, you can use that beautiful big brain of yours to be like, you know what? No, I've been here before. Because instinctually, you may just want to make the same choice again. You may want to do the same thing again. And so instinctually, you may think like, you may want to do that thing, but that's when there's a need for your rational brain to come in and say, wait, hold on a minute. We've been in this situation before. We've done things, we've made a certain choice. It's what we feel drawn to. How did it turn out last time? Do we think that doing the same thing will have a different result? Probably not. And it will help you fight against your instinctual nature, not in ways that are detrimental to you, but in ways that are beneficial to you. Because I think there are certain things that are instinctual to you that are perfectly fine and don't need to be changed. But the instinctual parts of yourself that you feel like control you rather than you control them, those are the things that you need to be fighting against if you're not already. But I do think that there is just a need for excitement in your life, and that's okay. The potential of new things, the potential of what could be. And I think that maybe you struggle with that because it's like there's this intense need for safety and security, but then this intense need for the unknown. And so I think when it comes to how you're going about your life, you need that healthy balance of a safe place that you can go home to with, if either by yourself or with other people that are supportive of you. And even if you live with people that are supportive of you, I do think that there is a need to at least have your own sanctuary within that space. But then at the same time, there is a part of you that needs exploration, that needs growth. And so I do think that it would also be very beneficial for you to have people in your circle that also share that desire of exploration and growth and things like that. But overall, I think there's a need to give yourself a break a little bit. I do think that you're really hard on yourself. And I do think that there is a need to use your rationality to look at things that you've judged in the past and try to come at things from a more compassionate perspective. And instead of judging things, maybe just try to understand them. Doesn't mean you approve of them, but it could help you just kind of see how you're one and the same with everyone else, how we all share similarities in different ways. And I think that there is definitely a need for travel here. There's a need to see new places, to see new things. And I think that your real happiness will lie in a balanced state where you have a healthy amount of discipline, structure, rigidity mixed with excitement, new things, and fun opportunities coming your way, traveling experiences, people around you that nurture and support you. And the thing is that this is huge with self-love, by the way. I think sometimes people can get caught up in the idea that unconditional love for others means that we neglect the self. And that's the exact opposite of the unconditional love I preach. Unconditional love for others starts with unconditional love for yourself. And when you love yourself unconditionally, you will be in a place where you won't allow other people to be harmful or disrespectful to you in ways that are harmful to you. Unconditional love for self means that you don't allow others to remain in your life if they can't extend that same energy. It doesn't need to be unconditionally loving, but it does at the very least need to be respectful and kind or tolerable. You know what I'm saying? I think that there's a need to recognize that you're never going to be perfectly happy. You're never going to wake up one day and be like, yep, I've made it. This is my life and everything is good now. There's always going to be something bothering you. There's always going to be something weighing you and chaining you down almost. It's all about what you allow to make yourself feel tied down. It's what you allow yourself to... Okay, I just heard a really random message and I feel like I need to say it, but disregard it. Most of you disregard it. If someone's thinking about building a home theater in their basement, do it. But also, like, there's something related to basements and like renovating basements, and it's a thumbs up from the divine. But anyway, there's a need to recognize that, like, you don't need to struggle alone, that you do have the support of the divine with you. And I think that one thing that you need as well is just somebody who understands what you've been through and can empathize with that, and that you can have high vibe conversations with, philosophical conversations with, that truly understands you. And it might be uncomfortable for you to like be around people that kind of see you to your core. But I do think that by doing this, you allow yourself the opportunity to kind of mirror someone and see the sameness between the two of you and the divinity of the connection that is created as a result. And this isn't just with like romantic partners or anything. This is with all types of people. You know, I think there's a need for you to be able to see how you have similarities with others. But I do think that you have this cool energy where despite the need for discipline, you can thrive in chaos and can get around it. I think there's just a need to have a healthy balance of both. A little bit of chaos, a little bit of structure. And I think there's a need to feel appreciated, to be appreciated. And, you know, no matter how old you get, you need to have the knowledge that tomorrow is a new day. You can make different decisions. You can try different things. You can expand your perspective. And life can still be exciting. You know, with the 3 of Wands and the Ace of Wands, that creates the 4 of Wands. And with the 4 of Wands being there, not being there, but being added together, I think your true balanced happiness is going to lie in a situation where celebrations are not something that are pushed aside, where taking time to take vacations and treat yourself is something that is allowed. The opportunity to try new things, explore different places, change the game for yourself, I think is really your biggest need. But we're gonna go ahead and look at how you can meet those needs now. So I'm gonna clear these out of the way and I guess pause this again because there's no need for you to sit through that. Okay, so we're gonna give these one more good shuffle and we will look at how to meet your needs, and then we'll finish off with some gratitude. And then if you want to check out the extended, we will look at blessings that you're going to receive, oh, no reversals, as a result of loving yourself and prioritizing yourself more. Okay, so Spirit, how can pile 1 take action and fulfill their needs better? We have the Lovers, okay. How can pile 1, we have the Fool. How can pile 1, we have the Chariot, holy shit, okay. Major changes for some of you. Can pile 1. We have the Hierophant. On the back of the deck, we have Strength. What's on the top of the deck? 9 of Pentacles. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Woo! Holy big energies. Okay, let's look at your oracles now. So, to start, we have Divine Feminine. Okay, yeah, there's an energy to this reading that we're gonna have to talk about. We also have prayers and wishes. So yeah, Spirit is definitely saying you need to pray a little bit more. We also have health. Treat your body with nutrients and exercise. This is important for your overall well-being right now. And we also have yes. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever you're asking or wondering about, the answer is a strong yes. The timing is right and you are ready to move forward. We also have community. We have sex. Okay, I'm gonna say if you're a young person and you're watching this, these readings are tailored to adults. So I really don't want to see comments saying me being 14 seeing sex. Like, yeah, that's what happens when you consume adult content, but with peace and love, of course. Just, I'll get to that because I think that even if you are younger, there's important messages that you need to know about these certain things. So we'll get into that. Oh my God. Okay. We also have twin. Where do we want to put that, Spirit? Here? Okay. We have visions. And finally, we have, I forgive myself for shaming and rejecting the experience of imperfection. I choose to believe that when my unique expression invites me to show up in ways that may challenge ideas of what is currently preferable in order to make room for something greater. And we have, I forgive myself for mistaking confusion for a lack of direction or ambition. I choose to believe that confusion is a divinely orchestrated invitation to create clarity so that I may passionately participate in the creation of the life that I want. So there's definitely a need for a fresh beginning here. One that you've probably been asking for a while, and maybe praying for a while, that maybe you've struggled to embody. And I think that's because you've been waiting for everything to change around you, and you haven't really been changing what you're doing, like what your strategy is. I do just want to say there's a heavy divine counterpart energy within this reading. The fact that we got divine masculine in one deck, divine feminine in another. In divine counterpart readings, there is often the idea of a divine masculine and a divine feminine, even though that all people hold both energies. It's just usually one counterpart embodies more of a particular energy, the other part embodies more of another. But I mean, it's all different. Every single one is unique. But I do want to say that this twin card does not just necessarily relate to the romantic notion of soul connections. There are a lot of like romantic, I don't want to say illusions, but like, because they can very much exist, but I do think that there are just a lot of romantic delusions that we as a society have that maybe contribute to harmful ideas of divine counterpart connections. I say when it comes to divine counterpart connections, the best thing that you can do is allow things to be as they will. Be honest about your truth. Be open and understanding with things. It's very hard, it's very tricky, and I'm not doing amazing at like explaining it, but I will say, if you resonate with the idea of being a divine counterpart in some way, which is actually what I'm planning on doing for this big reading, but I don't know how I'm going to do it quite yet, but essentially there's a need to integrate divine, whether you're a divine counterpart or not. I'm just saying it because it's out here. There is a need to also integrate feminine energy into your life. And you can do this through honoring your intuition, recognizing that there's more than enough for everyone, that you have enough, and that you don't need to prove yourself, you just need to be. You have the ability to tap into your heart, to tap into your feminine energy, but maybe you just have a hard time truly expressing it or making decisions from that place. And so maybe right now your needs are to be very logical, but by integrating this perspective, or if there is somebody that you recognize as a divine feminine or vice versa, there could be a need to understand them, to understand their energy, and understand how you can integrate that energy into your own life. But I do think that there is a need when it comes to your life in general, and this is not just romantic life, this is all aspects of life. I think that you need people around you that are supportive of you, that treat you with respect, that are beneficial to your growth, that support you, that appreciate you, that encourage you to be a better person. And that is especially the people closest to you. And I think that there is a need at the soul level to be around people that you strongly resonate with. So for some of you, that could be why you feel compelled to stay on a divine counterpart journey, or why you feel compelled to be around certain people and couldn't give a shit about others. This card has a really great explanation of how they use twin, because, you know, the whole divine feminine, divine masculine thing can be interpreted as very like heteronormative if you're looking at it from a literal perspective and not thinking about it on an energetic level. So in this card, you know, this is just close connections in general. Like someone that you have a close connection to, that is your best friend in this life, could have been your parent in your past life or your child in your past life. And so I think Spirit is saying that there's a need to be with your soul family, and there's a need to connect with your soul family. And the best way to do that is to follow your own soul's path. The fact that we had the Lovers come out as well as Twin, Divine Feminine, there's a lot. And I really was trying my best not to even bring this up at all, but it's clearly a big part of your life. And I would be doing you both a disservice if I didn't talk about it. So I do think that there is a need for great love in your life. And one way that you can do that is by being more open, embodying the changes that you've been thinking about making and actually doing them. With the Fool card being here, there's a need to let go of your preconceived notions of what love and relationships can be, and also your preconceived notions of how you need to show up and appear in the world, and how you also need to let go of your specific plan. I don't know if you have like a plan or you've been strategizing, but I think that is maybe some distorted masculine energy kind of getting in the way of authentic divinely feminine energy that could come through. I think when it comes to love, maybe in the past, like, I think it's, honestly, if I'm being honest, it seems more towards like romantic love. But if you're aromantic, then I would just say like, you can still have a divine counterpart and be aromantic. It would just mean that would probably define the relationship differently, but it's up to you how you define it, how you see it. And maybe you haven't even had that conversation with said person, or maybe you haven't even met this person yet. For some of you, that will definitely be the case. You'll all know. If you have one, you'll know. That's what I'll say about that. But there is a need to let go of really distorted ideas about how relationships should look, or where you should be by the time you're X age, or what you should have accomplished by the time that you're X age. And there's a need to just let go of all of the burdens that other people placed on you through their expectations. Because love is not something that you have to force. Your life plan is not something that you have to force. Why would God make it difficult to be yourself? The unfortunate thing is that society can make it difficult to be ourselves, but that's why we have to be the change that we want to see in the world, be what society may condemn or shame, simply because they don't understand it. And I think that maybe in the past, or even now, I think the things that are holding you back from taking more action with your self-love are the fact that maybe first of all, you definitely struggle to take action towards things because you're highly critical of yourself. But also, you may be really down on yourself and feel like you've waited too long to go after the life that you want. And Spirit's saying, nah, you're right on time. It's go time. It's ready to go. Like, Spirit's saying, yes, whatever you're feeling called towards, like, say yes to the changes that you've been wanting to make. Say yes to taking risks. Say yes to taking action. And don't be afraid to get on your knees. Spirit, stop being dirty. Peace and love. I meant to say pray, but you know how Spirit can be sometimes. But Spirit is saying it's okay to have hopes. It's okay to have wishes. Pray so that we can answer them. You literally had prayers answered in the last set of cards. And I think that one thing that you need to know is that how you can love yourself is also by allowing yourself to be independent and feel confident in your own independence. Allow yourself to find that contentment and happiness on your own. If you feel like your happiness is dependent on another person. Because one thing that I'm kind of seeing here with the Lovers is that, like, maybe one of your fears around relationships or fears around close connections with people, not just relationships, but like, you know, anything, is that it may be too scary for you to be vulnerable, or you may feel like if you are vulnerable or open with someone that makes you weak. And so that would be an example of distorted masculine energy. And that's where divine feminine energy could be very useful to you, because then you could realize like, oh, I'm safe to be vulnerable. It's okay to be vulnerable. Like, that doesn't make me weak. Revealing my vulnerabilities and my feelings makes me strong. And what I see here is that there definitely is a need for balance between fun lightness and also serious, meaningful, impactful connections, projects, goals in your life. It's like that balance. And Spirit's saying the best way you can do it is to just try your best and keep moving forward. Stop asking about how to do it and just do it. Like, you know, you don't need to have a perfect 50-50 balance. Like, balance is different for everybody, and the way that you find balance is different for everybody. But for some, if you've been looking for a sign to move, this could be that sign for you. If you've been interested in like runes or getting more into your spirituality, I think that is something that Spirit is recommending as well. Tarot, runes, anything of that nature. But I think there's also, with the Strength card here, there's a need to be compassionate towards yourself. You're very good at being nurturing and compassionate towards others, but with peace and love, you're kind of dog shit at giving it to yourself sometimes. And I think it's because it's so easy for you to be harsh and critical about yourself, and harsh and critical about what you're not doing. It's like you're laser focused on that instead of looking at all the things you're doing right. And so I do think that Spirit is saying strength in terms of like physical strength could also be something that Spirit is encouraging within you to build up your body to help you keep up with your mind. But I also think maybe there's a need to just say yes to things that you want to do. Stop saying no because you feel like you don't deserve to enjoy things, or you're worried that things won't go well. Stop looking 20 years into the future and just look at right now, because that's all that exists. 20 years in the future does not exist. And if you have a certain feeling about something or someone that you feel like is on your path, trust that there's a reason for that. Trust that you're right, and keep following what feels right to you, and trust that that vision will appear in front of you and you won't even have to figure out how. It just will. That's the madness of the divine. It really makes shit happen for us. Now with this Sex card, because we do need to talk about it, I think this has a lot less to do with the act itself and a lot more to do with how you perceive the act, how you engage in it, how safe you feel in it, things of that nature. If you shame yourself for having sexual feelings or wanting sexual experiences or having many sexual partners, there's a need to ask yourself why that is, if you're enjoying yourself and you're benefiting from that. But also, you know, sex is the physical manifestation of being one with someone, and there is an exchange of energy that happens there. And listen, we are sex positive on this channel. We're not shaming anybody for what they do, but I do think that maybe if you are someone who engages in casual sex and you feel like there's something off or there's something wrong, I think Spirit is saying that's because you're not engaging in it with somebody that you also have a deep connection to. Because when you have it, like, it just hits different when it's with somebody that you love and you know they love you, and there's deep mutual appreciation and care there. It can be really powerful and really fulfilling and can make you a lot happier. And it's also easier in the sense that, you know, when someone understands your body, you know, you can be more in tune and connected with them. Take some time, but like, you know what I'm saying? I think there's a need to really just look at how you view sex and what makes you uncomfortable about it? What makes you, what do you enjoy about it? Could you be better with boundaries? What are you not okay with? Or do you feel safe enough to say no if you're not, and if you don't want to engage with somebody? Like, there's a need to respect and honor whatever your desires and whatever your boundaries are. But there's also a need to not shame whatever those desires or boundaries are, or feel obligated to. Your autonomy and your own happiness is more important than someone else's satisfaction. And I just think it's important that you know that, and important to know that, you know, a lot of people, if you view sex as a sacred and meaningful thing, make sure that if you're going to engage in that, the person or people that you're engaging with are coming from a similar perspective. Unless that doesn't bother you, unless if you're okay with the idea of someone else being in it for casual reasons, there's nothing wrong here, as long as you're comfortable and happy. But I do think that there's maybe a need, especially with this 44 here, and we have 8, like a need for meaningful sexual interactions, and ones where you feel safe and ones where you feel honored. And you know, I think the way that we treat it as a society now is a bit different than you know, obviously there's been a lot of shame around that subject that's been inherited, and I think maybe there's a need to release that shame and release shame from your past around maybe, like, I heard entanglements and liaisons that maybe you weren't necessarily happy with, or if there's things that you need to heal around that, like if you have sexual trauma, like there's a need to, whenever you feel comfortable, work on healing that. And that's definitely something where I would say, like, you know, look into some sort of counselor that can really help you with that. You know, it's such an intimate thing, and it's really hard to heal that on your own, I feel like, especially because I mean, it is an act you can do by yourself, but, you know, it's meant to be shared with another person, or for some of you more than one. So, you know, just be aware of that. I think that could really help you accept the physical version of love, you know, making love, right? And a lot of what you need to do is just allow yourself to be soft, if I'm being honest. Like, there's strength in softness. And I think there's also strength in knowing yourself and being able to stand up and advocate for yourself. What I really love here is that in this deck, the Hierophant is called the Advocate. And I really think that Spirit is saying, you know, if you believe in something, don't be afraid to talk about it. Don't be afraid to advocate for yourself. And if you're not ready to talk about it, you could also just, if you're too ashamed to even explore it and understand it, that's a problem. You should be open-minded enough to at least explore things and see how they could help you, or how they can help you understand yourself. Because then, you know, not only do you have the ability to know what you want and take action towards fulfilling your needs, but then you can also speak up about your needs and be honest about them. And it'll be a lot easier for you to speak your truth rather than just go with the flow because you don't want to make anyone else uncomfortable. Like, when you know your needs and you know your worth, like, it makes self-love a lot easier because you know what can hurt it and what can help it. And I think that there's a need to just recognize that you're never going to be perfect, ever. Like, but there's perfection in that. We all have to have limitations. We all have to have things that hold us back, you know? And there's a lot of major change that you've been wanting. And Spirit's saying it starts with you. It starts with you. And if you haven't been making those changes, sitting and just waiting for the universe to make those changes is going to leave you stagnant and frustrated. And so it's like, if you're trying to manifest something, if you're trying to manifest your divine counterpart, but for example, maybe you know who they are and they're not, and you're not talking to them, or you've never told them the truth, probably not going to change much. I'm not saying that you should only take action that you feel called to, but like on the same token, if you don't know who they are and you're like wanting spirit to bring them in your life and or wanting to have that experience, you feel like you have one, but you've lived in the same place your entire life and you're not feeling fulfilled living in this place, you know, if you feel called to go somewhere else, maybe it's time to move. Maybe that's going to be the inspiration that brings you to your soul family, that brings you to XYZ. There's almost just a need to be your own representative. Like, think of your physical body and your physicality as like the representation of your soul. And every single day, you establish your energy, you establish your worth, you establish your value by what you do and don't do. And so even if you say like, oh, I love myself, or I'm awesome, I'm the shit, that doesn't mean that you truly believe it. And I think the best way that you could start truly believing it for yourself is to, one, have faith in the divine and have faith that they're not just leading you on this wild goose chase to throw it all back in your face and make you feel like shit. No, this is all for your growth and all for your benefit. But if you can't be open and receptive to feminine energy, you're really going to have a hard time. You really have to have that balance of both in order to move forward. That nurturing, loving energy that tells you like it's going to be okay and that it's okay to have emotions. It's okay to cry. It's okay to have desire. It's okay to be creative just for the fun of it. It's okay to do something even though it doesn't make logical sense if you just enjoy it. And I think really what you need to do is just keep moving, just keep growing, just keep going. Speak up for yourself and find commonalities within everyone, but prioritize what you truly want. And if love, like romantic love, is something that you truly want, or just being around people that resonate with you at a soul level is what you truly want, you have to follow your soul, because your soul will lead you right to them. I promise you. That's how it works. You don't need to figure out how. You don't need to figure out why. You just need to do. And you just need to trust that these little inklings in your soul are leading you to something for a reason. And if your current community is not conducive to your growth, does not make you feel good, does not make you feel supported, and Spirit's saying, even if you're not moving cities or towns, it may be time to move communities. It may be time to be open to new ones. It may be time to find other connections that will be helpful, be productive for your growth. There's a need to be strong in body, mind, and soul, because when you're able to see how much work you've put in to loving yourself and improving yourself, that is the most productive and constructive energy that you could have to manifest your desires and bring them to you. And when you're unafraid to take action and you trust your soul and you trust that Spirit is going to bring you what is yours, everything just follows divine flow. And there's a deep freedom within that. And when you are able to heal the shame that binds you to things that make you miserable or things that don't fulfill you, man, it makes living your truth a hell of a lot easier. It doesn't mean the shame goes away. It just means that you fight back at the shame. You fight the shit that is trying to stop you and trying to keep you small. You have such a beautiful purpose, and your existence is a beautiful blessing. And the people that are meant to be in your life will wholeheartedly agree with me. I promise you that. And so if you're around people, or if you do this to yourself, or you judge yourself, you tear yourself down, you may very well be your own worst enemy, and you may very well be the biggest thing holding you back from your dreams and your goals. And you may be like, oh, I need to manifest these things so I can love myself. But Spirit's saying, no, you have to start putting that love into yourself, and you're going to manifest this shit effortlessly. And you're going to love yourself even more for loving yourself enough to get you to the point where you could get these manifestations, and you're just going to have more love. Love will never run out. Love is omnipresent within the spiritual world. And even if you can't find it in your physical world, you always have that connection to Spirit. And all you have to do is ask Spirit to give you love. And you can feel it. You can pray to specific angels. You can pray to specific deities. You can pray to spirit itself, whatever it is that you believe in. You can literally hang out with trees. Trees are an excellent source of loving energy as well. But no matter what you need to do is take action, make those big changes, because your soul is guiding you exactly where you need to go. It's just your own logical brain that keeps pumping the brakes and being like, whoa, this is different from what we've experienced. This is different from our conditioning. I'm afraid. But your soul needs to say, I'm afraid too. Or your conscious brain can say, I know I'm afraid, but I'm going to do it anyway because I know that this is what's right. And what's beautiful is when you follow what feels right to you, then even if you don't end up exactly where you thought, when you're open to that divinely feminine energy, you know that there's always a part of you that is there to catch the parts of you that feel shame, that feel like they lost. Those feminine parts of yourself are going to say, hey, we had an experience and we grew and we learned and we can take things from this, and we are just getting closer and closer to what our truth is, and we're just shedding more and more layers of what doesn't need to be there. And I think at the end of the day, you really need your inner experiences to reflect your outer world. And if your outer world doesn't reflect your inner desires or what you are striving for, that's exactly where you need to start taking action to change those things. So I'm going to go ahead and leave this off with some gratitude cards. This reading is really interesting. I really hope this resonates, because definitely been a different one for me, but I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. So I hope you guys are enjoying it too. So Spirit, what does pile 1 need to be grateful for at this time? What messages of gratitude that are best for them? Okay, that's too many, but I'll take the top one. So we'll start with the affirmation, and it says, praise, flow, and change, night and the pulse of the day. When you walk through your home today, thank each and every corner of the space for all of its silent witnessing of who you are. So yeah, there's a need to be grateful for just the slow process of evolution and change. You do seem like a very results-oriented person. And I think that maybe you get frustrated because you don't necessarily see all the little incremental changes that lead you to the big results later. And so you might have these incredible highs when you achieve goals. Like I went through all that struggle and I did it. But I think that Spirit is saying that those incredible highs may be something that you could experience tiny bits of by celebrating your small successes. And then when you get to those exciting finish lines, those exciting, you reach those exciting goals, you get those manifestations, then it's even more blissful because you've been consciously aware of everything that it took to get there. And then you'll also have the conscious knowing that you'll reach this state again. No matter what, you'll reach this state again. But instead of having that worry of, oh, what if I never reach this state again, or what if I never achieve something again, it's that deep knowing and trust that when you're meant to reach that point, when you reach a point of completion, you'll know it and it'll be there, and that you don't have to think too hard about it. We also have reflect upon times that someone else or an outside circumstance changed your life out of the blue. How are you transported into your future? Give thanks for these acts of serendipity that the universe provides. Exactly. And I really think that this could definitely relate to a divine counterpart situation, or just soul experiences in your life. But this also says, at the edge of the forest, the thistles were attaching themselves to the fur of the animals. What a serendipity to hitch a ride to your future. Which is really interesting because one of your very first cards was you exiting the forest, and it's you're starting to see the light, you're starting to see the truth. And I was trying to think about whether these were sunrises or sunsets, but I really think they're sunrises. I think that you are rising to the occasion and starting to see the truth. This is just the beginning for you. The only thing that's ending are the things that have not been working for you, the old identities, the old aspects of yourself that do not support you any longer. And finally, we have What have you grown tired of in your life? Where do you feel bored? What if these sensations were opportunities to reimagine the roles you are playing? And the quote says, what happens when this domestic life grows suspect? So yeah, I think Spirit is really saying the best way to love yourself at this time is to surrender the changes that you're going through. Surrender to the desires that your heart holds. Surrender to the need to appreciate yourself. Surrender to the need to allow your divine purpose to flow, and fight against the limiting beliefs that tell you you can't. Fight against the energies and people that say that you can't do it. And I don't mean literally, don't literally fight them. Violence isn't going to solve anything, which is very hard for me to say as a person with a lot of Aries placements, but it's the truth. And it just means that even if people say shit, you can just say internally, like, you're fucking wrong and I'm gonna prove you wrong. Like, you don't even need to say that out loud. You can, because it will affirm it, but the divine believes in you and I believe in you, and the divine loves you and I fucking love you. You're gonna be okay, Pile 1, I promise you. And I can't wait to prove that to you in the extended, where we look at what blessings you are going to receive from making these changes in your life. But if you are not joining me over there, that is absolutely okay. Thank you so much for watching this reading. And thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me. But if you'd like to support me in other ways, you can check out the extended. You can like this video. You can comment down below. Let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already and click that bell to be part of the notification squad. You can check out my social media, which is linked below, though do be aware, especially if you follow me on Instagram, I have tons of scammers pretending to be me. So if the social media account is not linked below, it is not mine. And I also have merch, which is linked below as well. But I think that's all I have. So thank you guys so much for letting me read your cards and letting me read your energy and allowing me to be a part of your day. I just feel so grateful that I get to read for you guys. And yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you are watching this video. And I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, Pile 2. Thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the blue rose quartz sphere and the weird cat tarot, I just got this deck. I'm so excited to use it. This is going to be your reading all about how to love yourself more, better, any way you want to put that. But we are going to start with the first topic of this reading, which is why you are already lovable. So to start, we have the Eternal Child. And with the number 4, I just, of course, I heard Aries energy screaming out to shout, so shout out to my people with Aries placements. We also have consider your foundation, look at how committed you are to love. And we have fertility. The frequency of fertility invites us to be more open, more courageous, more creative, and more joyful than we were before. It activates the potential for something beautiful to grow from our consciousness into a new and grander expression of ourselves. I love how similar these two cards look, but let's keep going. So we also have Lake Midnight, you're not stuck here, blockages, stagnant energy, self-pity. We have the Opaline Spectrum, and we have the Horse. And then finally, for our last 2 cards, we have the Cougar, and we have Ghost. So, oh gosh, Pile 2, you are so lovable. I can't help but be a little bit sad by how hard you are on yourself sometimes, because the things that you're really hard on yourself for are things that just make you inherently human. I feel like you hold yourself to a standard that is like literally impossible to reach. And I think that's kind of the point from your subconscious. I think that's without you realizing. I think there's a part of you that's rooted kind of deep that almost has this fear of what authentic self-love might bring into your life, or what might happen if you didn't hold on so much to fear or to things that hold you back. But here's the thing, depending on where you're at, I think it's going to be different for everybody who's coming to this specific reading. Some of you are in ascending beyond some of these energies, and some of you are currently sitting in these energies. But no matter where you're at in this reading, like in terms of like where you're at in your development, where you're at in your energy, everybody has the potential to reach the energy that I'm going to be, that some of you are already in, and that some of you are waiting to be in. Some of you are in like a really great, good energy right now, and some of you are in kind of a rut or a lull, but there's good energy coming your way, and the potential to achieve that energy is very much impacted by your own actions and how your brain is communicating with you. So what makes you so lovable, first of all, is just your heart, your spirit. I mean, there is this part of you that is very just youthful, and it doesn't matter how old you are. It's just this optimism within you, and you might be like, I'm not that optimistic, and I would say that's not because that's natural. That's probably because it's something that has been ingrained within you through society. And I think for a portion of the people in this reading, they've already been, if that's you, you've already been combating these limiting beliefs and behaviors that you learned through your upbringing, just through existing as a human. And for others, I think you need the encouragement and you need the awareness to know that these fears, these doubts, these blockages that that hold you back and hold you down are nothing but catalysts to getting you where you need to go, and catalysts for getting you to be aware, or helping you be aware of what is actually an illusion and what you are actually capable of creating and doing, because you are so fucking powerful, pile 2. Oh my god. Like, I cannot, like, I want to cry. Like, you guys are so powerful, and like I can feel it. Like, it's amazing. And part of the heartbreaking energy about this, and it's not that heartbreaking, because every single person that came to this reading, you are going to get through this energy. Whether it takes you 2 days or 10 years, you're going to get through this energy. It's just a matter of how and when, and that's not something you need to worry about, because you'll get through it just by being. But you definitely give me the energy of somebody who was really just beaten down by the world. You probably had a joyful spirit. You were probably a happy child, even if your external circumstances weren't amazing. I think that you genuinely, when you were young, just radiated beautiful love, and just, you were just very connected to your heart space, to your soul, and you're just a little light. And, you know, the world hates light. Well, not the whole world, but a lot of people like to throw rocks at things that shine. That's the quote. And I think that, you know, through time and conditioning, you were beaten down into believing that you were less than what you were, that you couldn't achieve things, that you weren't worthy of reaching certain milestones, that other people may be able to receive blessings, but that's not something that you can get. And I think that you have really been through this cyclical energy of hope and despair. And everybody that is within this pile, you're only meant to feel despair, to rediscover hope and remember and realize how truly powerful that is. The opaline spectrum talks about unity, oneness, balance. It's the rainbow spectrum. And there's a path that your soul chose to take in order to experience many different aspects of being, to be able to integrate them into one. Because I just have to say again, pile 2, you're so powerful and you're so brilliant. Like, it's not even funny. And you are your own worst enemy. I'm just gonna say that right now. And That is not something to shame yourself for. That is something that you just need to be aware of, because that is something that society really conditions into us and creates. And it's not your fault. It's really not one person's fault. The fault is on all of us. The fault is on the way society works. The fault is on the generations previously. But you know, when you think about it, we're just inheriting the world that, you know, our ancestors built up. And there are a lot of blessings to being, you know, being born at this time, because there is just more technology, more opportunities, you know, a lot of social conventions that have been really restrictive and really harmful to people are starting to be broken down. We're starting to reevaluate things. And even if you felt like there wasn't a place in the world for you when you got here, Spirit is telling you that you're going to create that. You're going to create that space for yourself. And you don't need to know how. You don't need to know when. You just need to do. You just need to create, and you just need to be. Because you're also a very creative person. You have ingenuity. And you also have the ability to sit with yourself, which is not something that everyone is comfortable with doing. With the Cougar card here, this talks all about being patient and stillness, but also solitude and, you know, being persistent and climbing over mountains with ease and overcoming obstacles and goals. And then on top of it, with the horse, like, that is just the persistence, the endurance needed to get to all of your goals. And I think what Spirit is saying is what's so lovable about you is the fact that even though, well, I'm hearing right now What Makes You Beautiful by One Direction in my head, which is funny, but it's not about your physical appearance. It's the fact that you don't know, like, that's what makes you powerful. Like, that's how we would rewrite those lyrics. Like, you don't even recognize your own power, and you might recognize it a little bit, but you don't even know the half of it. Pile 2, oh my God, like, you don't know the half of it. And I think a lot of your current pain stems from the fact that ghosts and wounds from your past continue to, what's the right word? Taint and damper your present. And all of these experiences, all of these challenges redirect you to the loving energy that you've always known how to connect to and emit since you were a young child. And I think maybe one thing that you're kind of learning is that, of course, as you get older, you're going to have more responsibilities. Life is just going to get more annoying in certain ways, but life is going to become more freeing in certain ways. There's beauty to growing, there's beauty to evolving, and the only person that is stopping you from maintaining your childlike spirit while you continue to grow and ascend and evolve is you. You know, the society often likes to condition the belief that when we get older, we just lose that connection to magic. We lose that connection to love. Because let me fucking say that magic is real. The reason why people don't think magic is real is because their idea of magic is not correct. It's, you know, it's not like a Disney movie, somebody waving a magic wand. Magic is not out there and in your face. It's subtle, and it's like, it's slippery. Like, you can't necessarily put your finger on it, but you know when it's there, and you know when it's at work. And that's all you need. You don't need to physically see magic with your own 2 eyes to know it exists, because you feel it. And the experiences that you've had already have aligned you with that truth, that there is magic within you, and that there is magic to come from what you create and what you put out into the world, no matter what that is. You have so much value being here. Your life is not a waste. Your life is not worthless. You have so much to give to this world. And the only true person stopping you from doing that is yourself. And that's what makes you so lovable. The fact that, well, we don't love that, but that's so fucking human. It's the fact that you just want to do so much. You want to be so much. You want to give so much to others. And then at that the same time, it's like you doubt your own ability to do that. And that's just what makes you human. And that's and the beauty of this process and this experience that you're going through is that through the doubt, through the fear, when you get out on the other side, you see that it was the only thing ever holding you back. And that, you know, fear is not going to get you to your goals. Doubt is not going to get you to your goals. Action and a positive attitude are. And I think that's what you're realigning with, because when you are aligned with your purpose, when you are aligned with what feels good to you, you are fucking unstoppable. And you're just so amazing. And truthfully, like the people that made you feel like you weren't lovable, because I think it's especially people, and I would say especially like bullies in school, I would say adult bullies as well, coaches specifically. I have beef with like sports coaches because some of them are amazing and, you know, just are great and, you know, do coaching properly. But then there are those coaches that beat children down, that take things way too seriously, throw their anger out on children, and kill their love of a sport or kill their love of an activity like theater or something because of their own limitations. And unfortunately, the truth of the matter is that everyone is so fucking human. And, you know, adults are just children in big bodies. And I think now that you are in a big body, I think you're starting to realize that, and that the demons from your childhood, the wounds and the fears, they're not necessarily ever going to entirely disappear, but you are going to make peace with them. And you are over time going to not allow them to slow you down, because all they are at this point is a figment of your memories of the past that is trying to taint your present. They're trying to blow out your light. They're only real if you believe them. And so Spirit is really saying the power, you do not know how fucking easy it would be to love yourself 10 times more if you just believed in your ability to achieve and to be. Because really, you're amazing. And yeah, you're lovable because you've got a special mission on this planet, and you're meant to do it not in a way that is serious and well, I mean, there could absolutely be serious aspects to it, but these things are going to stem from love that you have for whatever it is that you're doing. And when you find this thing, whether you know what it is or not, and it may not be a thing, it may be many different things. It is so subjective, but you have the ability to create. You have the ability to be a grander version of yourself. And some of you watching have already seen evidence of that. And so I say that when your doubts and your fears come back, give them the finger and keep going and say, yeah, okay, I hear you, but I don't agree with you. I think that I'm going to kick ass today. I think that I'm going to do amazing things. And for the people that are feeling bogged down by your doubts, by your fears, by self-pity, by the past, know that it does not have to rule you. And you shouldn't feel shame for feeling vulnerable to it, and you shouldn't feel shame for experiencing it, because it's just one of the most common things in existence. It's just an aspect of being human. But that doesn't mean that you should let it stop you, because the past has already happened. The present is here, and you can do what you want with it. And the future is yours to create based upon your actions in the present. Sometimes it's hard to realize maybe what illusions are, and like myself included, I'm not saying that we don't struggle with that. The mind is constantly, you know, trying to find truth and a really crazy reality to be in. And life is weird, life is complicated, life is hard. But what makes you so goddamn lovable is the fact that you're not going to give up. You're a fighter. And you're going to protect that sweet inner child within you. But that sweet inner child is not something that needs to be caged in and held down. It's something that you're going to work in tandem with to create the life that you want as an adult. It's something that you were inherently given. It is a gift to you. And the ability to tap into that childlike energy, that childlike joy is going to make your experiences so much more rewarding. And it's going to make the simple things in life so much more meaningful. And no matter what place you're at in life, I think what you need to know is that, you know, the universe is so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of where you are, even if you feel like a failure, even if you feel like you're not where you need to be. I want you to know that you will get there, and you don't need to worry about how. You just need to inch your way there day by day. Do what you can. Explore, grow, play, try different things. And I'm sure we're going to get into that because this is just the first part, but you're lovable because of just who you are and just who you will become through your own sheer determination, through your own sheer force. You are very rare. Blue rose quartz is a rare stone, and this cougar talks about being solitary. One of the hardest things is about being a type of soul like this is that not a lot of people will relate to you. And for some of you, I want to say you may be mediums or something like that. You'll know if that's the case. You may actually know. I was a medium and I didn't know it. So you may not know that's the case, but that is something that you need to explore. And also I will say, like, I do not tap into that unless you know what you're doing, or if you want to learn more about that, I would highly recommend learning from somebody. I don't think it's something that's necessarily safe to just try on your own, especially if you're not in a good place. It's just better to be on the safe side. So but yeah, your ability to create, your imagination, and your commitment to not giving up is just what makes you so very lovable. So we're gonna go ahead and get into your needs. I'm just gonna clear this off and set up the next part. Okay, so we are going to get into your needs now and see what you need in order to feel loved. Like I said earlier, this is the Crazy Cat Tarot, so shout out to my cat people. I think even if you're not a cat person, you'll like this deck because it's really cute. I'm really obsessed with it, so shout out to the creator. But as you can see, I have Oracle shuffled for you, and we are not doing reversals unless they pop out and Spirit says specifically to keep them. But in this portion, I do just want to say that when it comes to your needs, some needs are foundational and some needs are transitory. What would you call that, Spirit? Like temporary needs? Your needs will change over time, and that's absolutely okay. Certain things that need fulfilled may not need more, and just things evolve and shift over time. And you may find that not all of your needs are covered in this portion, but hopefully this will inspire you to find needs in any other areas of your life that you feel like this portion of the reading didn't cover. But hopefully it'll lead you there and at least give you some ideas before we go into how to meet those needs. So let's go ahead and start and see, Spirit. So what are pile two's needs? The Star. Hope, baby. What are pile two's needs in order to love themselves, in order to feel loved? Okay, holy shit. We have the Star, the Devil, and the Emperor. I told you you're powerful. Look at all these major arcanas coming out. Oh my gosh. Yep, we have the Nine of Swords and we have the Fool. What was I saying? You get into your head. Get into your head. That you have a beautiful mind, but it's not beautiful if you're torturing yourself. So I'm going to see what's on the top and the bottom of the deck. Yeah, so we have the Seven of Swords. And we have the Page of Cups. Yeah, this is... yeah. Yep. Yep. That made me think of The Land Before Time. Shout out to the dinosaurs. Comment your favorite dinosaur. I think mine is, it's not a triceratops. It's not a stegosaurus. It's the one with the really long neck in The Land Before Time. I don't know why I can't remember it right now, but velociraptors are pretty dope, and I love pterodactyls. Anyway, let's get into your oracles now. So we have golden memories, we have indecision, and we have a man holding a coin. I think I'll just put these, I'll put them here. We also have get wild. We have change. We have manifestation. We have strength. Where do I want to put strength here? And we have, may this oracle deck awaken you to a greater authenticity by working through any hidden shadows of your personality. So this isn't technically a shadow card, but I don't think that you need a shadow card. And I think that this is saying, you know, you already do a lot of shadow work, or you're already working through that. And so this is what you need to awaken to greater authenticity by working through any hidden shadows of your personality. That's a need. So I don't like how this is, so I'm going to fix this really quick. I'm going to put indecision on top. So there's like kind of multiple energies that I'm experiencing right now. And I want to first start by talking about the Golden Memories card, because this talks about loved ones, specifically loved ones that have already passed on from this world. And I think that there's kind of two groups, and you may be part of both. But when it comes to your needs, obviously, like, I think family, being around your loved ones, things like that is incredibly important to you. You cherish those that you love and that love you in return. And I think that if you've already lost people in your life that were very, very, very close to you, I feel like the first thing that you need to know is that they're already with you. They're already supporting you. They may have left physically, but they are always with you in spirit, and you can always connect to them through your memories, through photographs, through talking to them out loud, through if you have any items of theirs. There's always ways to connect with them, and they will always give you a way to show you that they are there and they are with you if you ask for it. And you may not even need to ask for it. They may just go ahead and just show you anyway. But for others, I do think that there are people who have not left this earth yet. Like I'd say specifically, for example, parents, grandparents, really anyone that's special to you, that you may, like when you're with them, for example, you may find that you get very overwhelmed and afraid, like thinking about losing them and thinking about what would happen if you lost them, and worrying about that. And that's it. Okay, I was like, there was something not right. That needed to be over there. Okay, we're good now. And I think that you are, and if they are still here, I think Spirit is saying you are needlessly torturing yourself. Because if there's one truth of life, we all have an expiration date. But that doesn't mean that we're gone forever, that we disappear. Our spirit lives on. It's only our physical body that we have to leave, because it's only, effective for X amount of years. It can only function for so long. Archangel Michael is agreeing with me with the siren in the background. Thank you, King. But I think Spirit is saying, it is natural and it is normal to worry and fear about that. But, and that may not be something that you can combat, but one thing that Spirit is saying is that one of your needs is to be present with those that you love, and to make time to honor those that you love that are not here anymore. Because that will help you feel connected not only to your ancestral line, but it will help you make even more memories. It will help you cherish and be grateful for the memories that you can make with someone while you still have them here while you still have the blessing of making memories with them. It is so easy to get caught up in worries and things about life, but Spirit is really saying, no, you don't want to be spending cherished moments with your loved ones worrying about an inevitable future that one day you will part ways on this planet. You'll find them. You'll be reunited, but it will be a bit of a change, and it will be hard. It's not an easy thing to experience. But what Spirit is saying is you have to surrender to the fact that everybody has their time, and you need to be able to find peace in that. And that may not be something that you do very easily, and it may not be something that you do that you can always hold on to. But because I think that it's just natural and it's just human, and it's sad and it's hard. But the freedom that comes from no longer being locked in a fresh prison, I meant to say flesh prison, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air could be significant, I don't know why. But when you leave your flesh prison, you no longer have to worry about taxes, you no longer have to worry about traffic, you don't have to worry about body odor. Bro, you get to live in love and like be around just insane spiritual, like it's, the point is that you need to know one of your needs is to be able to find peace in the fact that we are all here for a temporary amount of time, and that when we are younger, it is a lot easier to take for granted the time that we have because we make the assumption that we have lots of it, and we don't think about the fact that everybody has a timer, you know? Everybody has their moment. And I think Spirit is saying it's an inevitable truth of life, and it will be okay. But if your loved ones are still here, the ones that you are worrying about, that is a sign that you need to cherish your opportunities with them, make beautiful memories with them, be present when you're with them, stay off your phone, connect with them, ask them questions, especially your elders, because you can get so much fascinating information, especially about like their upbringing and how generational cycles like that they inherited from their parents and their grandparents were passed down onto you. Like there's so much magic in connecting with the people that you love around you. And of course, it's scary and it's hard to think about losing that. But what you need to know is that you never truly lose it. You still have it. It's just in a different form. And the amount of mental anguish, turmoil, and emotional suffering it can create, mental suffering in general, it can create just from the worry and the fear. You need to know that aspect, you need to know that your worries and your fears are not going to help anything. And that doesn't mean that you can just fix them, but there is a need to recognize, I think this Nine of Swords, despite all of these powerful energies on the board, all I can talk about right now is the Nine of Swords. And that's because you don't fucking see how powerful you are, pile 2, with peace and love. Like, you are so strong, you are so powerful. And it's this mental prison that you trap yourself in that makes you believe that you're not. And I think that it is so iconic that we have a dog pretending to be a cat in the Seven of Swords. Because with this Seven of Swords here, I think one thing that you need to know is that it's okay to live in your authentic truth. And I think one thing that you need is to feel like you're doing life on your own accord and not feeling like you have to explain yourself to people. You don't need to explain yourself to people at all. And I think one thing that you need to know as well is that people that have betrayed you in the past, or your fears of people betraying you in the future, all you can do as a person is be the most authentic version of yourself as possible. Be the friend that you want others to be to you. Be the type of person that you would want others to be to you. And if other people don't give you that same respect, that's a sign that maybe they're not a great person to be around. But that's also a sign just for you. It doesn't mean that they're a bad person. It just means that maybe they're not able to honor and cherish you in the way you deserve. But also, it has no bearing on your worth. It's not your fault. When people treat us, I guess this is what I will say. All that you can do is be the best version of yourself and try your best. We all make mistakes. We all have shortcomings. We all see things differently. But what you do need to know is that if somebody does betray you, if somebody is dishonest, if somebody does do shitty things to you, one, if you can trust and love yourself enough to protect yourself and set boundaries with those people, or do what you need to do to keep yourself safe, that is an incredible act of self-love. Boundaries is an incredible act of self-love. When you are setting yourself on fire to keep other people warm, that is a massive red flag on yourself. Like, giant red flag on the play. Like, not okay. And it's all on them when they mistreat you. Because if you can say, I gave my all in that connection, I was an authentic person and they couldn't be the same, or I treated them with humility and kindness and they couldn't do the same, then you can maybe not rest easy. It doesn't mean it won't be painful. It doesn't mean these things won't be hard, but it just means that you can lay your head on your pillow at night and say that at least you are being the best version of yourself you could be. Because there are so many beautiful, wonderful things within you. And I think at times it's very hard for you to just have fun and be free. I mean, let's get into more of your needs now. You need fun in your life. You need change. You need hope. You need evolution. And you also need the potential and the opportunity to have more than one outcome on your horizon at any time. You need to be in a place where you can be comfortable in limbo. Because there are parts of you where maybe you act impulsively, or maybe you get stuck in analysis paralysis because you don't know what decisions to make. But I think what it comes down to is your need to recognize that you are safe enough to be in control of yourself. And I think for a decent amount of you here, you could have had a very controlling family, a very controlling father figure, or that could be a generational cycle of like controlling masculine energy within your family line. And I think one thing that you need to know is that you don't need this person's approval in order to be happy. But I think most loving, kind people, even if they do have their faults, even if they are controlling, eventually they see the truth. And I think one thing that you need to know is that you have the ability to be your own emperor, to create your own abundance. And, if part of your worries are financially based, I think one thing you need to know is that through hope, hard work, and taking the reins of your life and putting things into motion and not allowing your fears and doubts to exhaust you and overwhelm you to the point where you can't act, you are going to do amazing and powerful things. And with this need of get wild, there is a need to not think all the time about why you're doing something or why you're creating something. There's a need to just have fun and be playful. The Fool energy, especially the Page of Cups energy, it's lighthearted, it's free. And it's like, while you're still growing into this powerful person, that doesn't mean that your need for play, your need for joyfulness, your need for authentic connection and lightheartedness goes away. You're going to have that your entire life. And it takes true strength to be compassionate towards yourself and recognize that. You're not a machine. You cannot be working 24/7. Productivity is definitely something that I think that just all of us, feel pressure all the time. We got to keep doing, got to keep going. But sometimes the best way to love ourselves is to just give ourselves a damn break and recognizing that we're doing our best. You need fun, you need creativity, you need opportunities to play. And I think you need opportunities to play in really fun ways. With the Devil, I think you need to be able to explore the darker elements of the world without shame. This is exploring, consensually, and if you're of age, things like your sexuality, which, you can explore your sexuality when you're younger. I'm just not trying to promote anything. We're very sex positive on this channel. I'm trying not to make anyone uncomfortable. And if you're asexual, even just finding acceptance in that even though, You know, sex may be something that lots of people enjoy and find value and experience in. It just may not be something you need, and that's okay, you know? Just because lots of other people do it doesn't mean that you have to too, you know? You are just as lovable and just as valuable the way that you are, whatever that is. And you owe it to yourself to be able to explore all areas of life without shame. You came through as the opaline spectrum. You are meant to see things on many sides. And I think that if you're not in this position already, you are being divinely guided towards a position in life where you are not only financially abundant, but secure in yourself, secure in your place in the world, secure of the path that you're forging, not following. You're a leader, and you need to know that. And recognize that you can work with your shadows. You don't have to work against them. We all have shadow aspects. We all have, and shadow aspects aren't inherently bad. They're just the things we hide. And I think one thing you need to be aware of is what chains you to stagnation, what chains you to discouragement, what chains you to doubt and fear, because those are the biggest devils and demons in your life. Like I said, you are your own worst enemy. And I think Spirit is really saying you have the power to manifest the things beyond your wildest dreams that you could even see right now. And Spirit is saying your life will consistently change, but you may feel like you're stagnating because of the time that takes. You know, a lot of changes happen subtly and then explode out of nowhere, and you just get redirected. Like, wherever you are right now, you are exactly where you are meant to be. And Spirit is asking you not to let your short-sighted brain trick you into thinking that you're off track or you're off the beaten path. There's a need to be disciplined when you recognize doubt or fear is coming in. That's when you want to intervene, whether it be through journaling, you know, taking a shower or a bath and, like, you know, cleansing yourself, whether it be exercising or making yourself a meal or talking to a friend you love, things like that. And we'll get into that more in how, but you need to turn up, pile 2. Like, like I said, I'm hearing the Jersey Shore theme song in my head. You know, it's like get crazy, get wild, let's party, get loud. Like, it's okay to have fun. It's okay to let loose. It's okay to let go. You don't have to be like, I think sometimes your energy becomes the equivalent of like a clenched butthole with peace and love. And there's no problem with that, because like low key sometimes like same too. But it's just to remember, it's when you get into that energy, it's just because you're trying to hold on to control, because you're afraid of losing control. And what Spirit is really saying is, when you surrender that, oh, it just makes doing and being so much easier. And the thing is that you don't need to know how to do and to be. You knew how to do it. You were born in this world knowing how to do it. The universe would not make it difficult to be yourself. The only thing that is difficult is overcoming the limitations and the fears that stop us from feeling safe enough to be ourselves. And, you know, the way that we go about that is different. And unfortunately, there are social stigmas and there are dangers because of prejudice and ignorance and shit in the world that is just not cool. But like, that's what we're here to help heal and here to help change and to help the world see more love. Because I think no matter what you are going to do in life, it is going to leave a positive impact and make the world a bit of a better place when you leave it and when you're reconnected with all of your loved ones in that form that you're so afraid of losing or worried about. They are not going anywhere, but like I said, I'm not trying to like make anyone existential or freak out, because like I'm telling you, you don't have, I mean, like, it's your truth to discover. But what I will say based on my truth, there is nothing to be afraid of. There is nothing. Love, like, I just can't even quantify it into words, honestly. But the truth of the matter is that you really have nothing to be afraid of. My dad says this to me a lot, and it may be beneficial to you too, but fear is just false evidence appearing real. And of course, fear has like valuable functions in the sense of like keeping ourselves safe and things like that. But I mean, if you just chilling in your home and you're afraid of making an Instagram post, or posting your art, or posting, something, or sharing what you've been creating, or sending in that application, or, doing whatever, because you're afraid of the outcome, that's spirit saying, well, if you just shut yourself down, you're not gonna do anything. That's when fear is false evidence appearing real. That is when, if you feel fear because you're on the edge of a cliff, that's kind of fair, because you might fall. Like that's a little nerve-wracking. That's your body telling you want to be safe. But a lot of times our brains, in order to protect us, give us much more fear than we need and make life a whole lot more difficult. I also think that for some of you who are married, I think one of your needs is to be connected to that person, or just and don't even need to be married. If you just have a strong connection to a significant other, I think you need to know that you need, and within relationships, and this goes for everybody, not just the people that are in relationships, one of your needs as well is to be connected to them, to feel secure in that, to be in a partnership, or whether you're polyamorous or non-monogamous, whatever it may be, whatever type of connections that you enter, what matters is that there's reciprocity and a mutual willingness to work and nurture the connection and work through challenges and feel secure enough and safe enough within the connection. So whatever needs to be done to create that, we'll once again look at that into how. But you need to be able to manifest your creations into reality. I think a lot of what you're doing may have something to do with technology, and so I think that you need to, one, like, splurge when it comes to your tech. If you have the ability to do that, don't be afraid to treat yourself. Don't be afraid to explore and to learn. Don't be afraid to dream big. You need to dream big. You need to dream bigger than what you're dreaming right now. And even if you can't picture that, just start by trying and see where you end up, and then look and be like, wow, if I can do this, I bet I can do even more, and build off of that. It's like you're building a ladder. And when you're in a Nine of Swords energy, it's like you're at the bottom of the staircase looking at the top, being like, oh man, I don't know how I'm gonna get there. And it's like, one step at a time. You're just gonna climb each step and you'll get there. And and you just need to have a healthy balance of achieving your goals, connecting with your loved ones, connecting with yourself, making sure that what you're doing is in alignment with what is meaningful to you. Because I think once you're out of alignment with that, it's a lot harder for you to, I think that is when you get really shaken up. So I think one thing that you need to know also is that you don't owe people explanations for why you do the things that you do, especially if you're an independent adult. Unfortunately, if you still live at home, or you're under somebody else's financial, I don't know what word spirit wanted me to use, but if you're financially dependent on someone or something like that, that is more challenging. But even just within whatever constrictions you have, just finding the freedom that you can within that. Because no matter what, even if you have tons of money, tons of things, there's always going to be external factors that are outside of your control that can either make you or break you, in the sense that they can utterly destroy you, or you can surrender them and focus on what you can control. It's much easier said than done. And I'm not saying, hey, you need to fix this right now. I'm saying, hey, you need to be aware of these things playing out in your life and recognize that they don't have to rule you. And I think a decent portion of you already know this. But for those of you that don't, I would say the people that do, please comment like what you do to help yourself get out of that. Because you all share it. Everybody that picked pile 2 shares this in comment. No matter who you are, no matter where you're from, whether you're in India, Poland, the US, Canada, Japan, Holland, the UK, Australia, wherever the fuck you are on this planet, whoever you came from, whatever you are, whatever you are, whoever you are, not whatever you are, whoever you are, whatever you like, whatever you're trying to achieve, every single person that picked this damn pile has a powerful spirit and a powerful reason for being here. And if you pick this pile, you need to know that even if you don't have it all figured out, you will one day. And just the hope and the faith and the belief in that will be so much more helpful to you than the agonizing shit that your brain tells you that just beats you and wears you down. So we're going to go ahead and look at how to fulfill your needs now. So I'm going to clear this out and I will be right back. Also, just one quick thing, while I was setting up, I was like, oh shit, I have something else to say. One of your needs, as well as the need to feel safe in the fact that you can take control for your own actions and decisions. You may be very afraid of taking control. You may be very hesitant to be in control because you're worried that you'll mess things up. But the truth of the matter is, wouldn't you rather be in control and make your own mistakes than allow someone to control you and in turn control your circumstances or control outcomes or control your ability to achieve or believe in your ability to achieve? So yeah, the need to be in control is important for you. And so that is one thing that you may want to think about, how you can create more control in your life. Okay, gonna continue setting up. Okay, let's go ahead now and look at how you can meet your needs. I also, while I was shuffling, I also heard Malaysia could be a specific, I don't know, shout out to my Malaysians. I've just been getting a lot of like countries. Because I think there's a need to recognize, I think one of the hardest things about owning and standing in your power is the belief that like when you see other people already standing in your power, you compare yourselves to them and you're like, dude, how do I even do that? How do I even get to that level? And it's like, well, they didn't wake up one day and just be that way. They had to build. Like, I don't delete videos on my channel for a reason. Like, you can go back and see my very first YouTube video. It is not this. Like, I'll tell you that. It's taken me lots of time, experience, growth, evolution as a person to reach this point. And like, I'm nowhere near the level I would like to be, but like, that's the beauty of growth and taking it one day at a time, is that you got to start somewhere, and it gets easier once you have a foundation to build on. And I just also want to say I'm so grateful for everybody that is here that gives me the opportunity to be able to tap into your energy. And, you know, I just feel like it's so unique, like as a creator, you know, you're not just a number to me. Like, I feel your energy. I see what you're going through. Like, I am rooting for you guys so hard, and it's just such a blessing to be able to read for you guys. I'm just grateful. Okay, I'm going to stop being sassy now. Okay. Sappy is what I meant. I'll go back to being sassy now. All right. Sassy, not sappy. Okay, so Spirit, how can Pile 2 fulfill their needs, please? How can Pile 2... We have the Four of Cups, okay? How can Pile 2 fulfill their needs, okay? We have the King of Cups in reverse. So what I want to say just like right off the bat with these two cards, one thing, like if you ever heard the phrase insanity is, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. I think one thing that you need to know is that if you're trying to heal yourself with the current methods of what you're doing and they're not really benefiting, I think there's solution, like it's time to try new solutions. And I also think that if there is anyone emotionally manipulative in your life, there's a need to be aware, especially if you can't control their presence in your life, there's a need to be aware of how to handle those sorts of energies and how to not let them affect you. Because unfortunately, you know, people that are at all different stages of development. And I will say, as somebody who studied psychology, like, you really can only meet people with where they're at. And you will only behave with, hopefully will only behave with as much awareness of yourself as you have. And some people go their entire lives with not very much self-awareness, and that can be hard. But anyway, we also have the Two of Wands. We have the Two of Swords. You don't need to make up your mind about anything yet. I think that's one thing that you need to know. You really don't. I need to shuffle one more though, and then we'll get the top and the bottom again. Okay, well that was the top, so we'll leave that. The Wheel of Fortune, and on the bottom of the deck, we have the Five of Cups. Yeah. There's always going to be something to cry about. There's always going to be something to be bummed about. For real. And it's okay to be disappointed. It's okay to cry, but let's look at your oracles now, too. So, to start, we have Soul Journey. We have Prosperity and Abundance. I told you guys you were going to get the bag. I told you. And look at that. Those two cats, too. We love to see it. I don't want to cover her up. She's so cute. I love the cats, but I'm also like, maybe I'll just... Is that in it? Is that? Yes, it's in the frame. Okay. Hell yeah. We're in business, boys. As a gender neutral boys, by the way. We also have Let It Go. It's time to let go of the negative thoughts that are consuming you. Don't waste your energy on them any longer. And refocus your energy. Sometimes the most productive way forward is to stop, rest, and reassess. Yeah, for sure. We also have Blessed with number 22. I love to see that. And we have Rest, which is so important. Yes, I agree. We also have Alchemy. Look at how similar it is to that Blessed card. Iconic. We also have Volcano. You're so iconic. You don't even see it. We also have, these are ego cards, by the way. I forgive myself for creating confusion by adjusting my vision to reflect what others want to experience through me. I choose to believe that when I make my vision my own, I invite others to clarify their desire and seek its fulfillment independently. And look, there's the child coming out again. And so I definitely think one of your intense patterns that you are slowly starting to unlearn is that, especially if you're incredibly intuitive, which I think a lot of you are, you may on a subconscious level know what people want you to be, and you may subconsciously find yourself acting in those ways just because you either want their approval or you want to please them, you want to make them happy. And I think that it may be more subconscious than you realize. Like, you may shame yourself and be like, oh, like, why do I let that person walk all over me? Or why can't I say no to this person, or things like that. And I think Spirit is really saying it's like, you want to explore that more and maybe be more mindful of when you're in situations where you start acting out of character or acting differently than how you would towards yourself or just in general, solely because you want somebody's approval. But the other one is, I forgive myself for attaching meaning to the experience of aloneness. I choose to believe that it is through accepting solitude and connecting with myself in my own silence that I am able to meet and integrate aspects of my being that I have long been resistant to. Yeah, I think there's a need to be aware of the fact that it's very powerful to be able to be alone, but that doesn't mean that you should push everyone away because you're afraid of the pain that connecting with others causes. Like, humans are social creatures, and pain is just, it's a part of life. Nobody leaves this earth unscathed, and you really do need to give yourself a break, Pile 2. Like, you are so rough on yourself. But listen, here's the thing. A lot of how to love yourself is very much, you're going to figure it out along the way. And with the Wheel of Fortune here, it's almost your destiny to figure it out. And I think that's why I'm like, some of you have already figured a lot of this out. Some of you are still learning it. And I think really what it's going to come down to in the present and in the future is being disciplined when it comes to realigning yourself with an energy of love and feeling that. Not necessarily towards another person or a thing, but connecting to that energy. The best way to connect to that energy is through doing something that you love, or being around people that you love. It can be through external sources, but to be able to tap into it internally is very powerful as well. And the best way to do that is typically through meditation or something like that. But there's a need to be aware that, like, the divine is on your side, and like, you're destined to figure it out. You're destined to get there. Like, you're destined to get exactly where you need to go. And really what you need to do is surrender the when and the how. Because when you overthink, when you aren't sure of what to do, you notice how this cat's third eye is also closed. It's our rational mind and our overthinking tendencies, anxiety, if you deal with that, ruminating, that's what blocks our ability to be intuitive. Like, it's honestly really crazy. Like, just, I'll say from personal experience, like, and this is very much me. Like, what I'm getting comes through me, not necessarily from me, but the beauty is that the more I go through life, I get more experiences, and then I'm able to interpret and understand energies better. It's a process, but you know, when it comes to me just like doing my daily life, like, it's chaotic girl hours, it's anxiety girl hours, like, and I'm not saying that like, I have anxiety, like, no, like, I've been working to overcome like some really intense anxiety issues I've had for a really long time. And I'm not saying that like, please feel bad for me, I mean, like, no, I'm just saying like, I'm proof that it's possible to not allow your anxiety to rule your life or dictate you. Doesn't mean it won't disappear, because mine certainly hasn't, but it means that I'm courageous enough to stand up to it most of the time. Not all the time, because here's the thing, you can't shame yourself for when your anxiety does win, because sometimes it just might, and that's okay. And that's a sign that you need to rest and give yourself a break and build up energy, so that when it is time, when you are ready to stand up to it, you'll have the power and energy behind you to give it a big fat finger and say, go fuck yourself, anxiety, I don't need you, dumb bitch. Like, anxiety is a dumb bitch. And like, drop in the comments, like, talk shit about anxiety in the comments. I would love to see it. Talk shit about, you know, the any issues that plague you. Talk shit about them, in the sense that, like, yes, these are things that you deal with, but they are not you. They are things that you have that are like, we're not responsible for the things that create these issues in our lives, but we are responsible in dealing with them. And there's no need to feel ashamed for it. There's no need to feel bad for it, and it's natural to feel ashamed and feel bad for it. I'm, like I said, as somebody who is very experienced with dealing with mental illness, I know for a damn fact that it is not easy to get out of your brain. And I'm telling you, it has taken me years to just get to a place where I can say I'm okay. And like, just the ability to say that you're okay is like worlds better than rock bottom. And you need to know that rock bottom is not forever. Rock bottom is not where you're meant to set up camp and stay. Rock bottom is a place where you're meant to hang out for a second and be like, oh shit, this is terrible. Well, I need to figure out how to get out of this, or I don't want to be back here. And it's like, even if you go back to rock bottom, because that can occur, every time it happens, you come back with more tools and more experience to climb that mountain again. It's literally like, if you're climbing a mountain, you get knocked down, well, you discovered a new trail, or you found a new way to climb it. It's like every single time, like, life just doesn't get any easier, and there's a need to accept that. But we can make life easier to deal with, and we can be kinder to ourselves, because life is already harsh enough, you know? Life is not an easy thing. I mean, the divine knows it. That's why they are always here, giving us love and cheering us on, because, you know, it's not easy being a sentient being. It's not easy living in a physical body. It's not easy having a physical form. It's not easy being cheesy. And you are here for a soul experience, and you need to know that the negative experiences that weigh on you from your past, that make you feel like you're not enough, are not there to set the precedent of what your entire life is meant to be. You're meant to prove that shit wrong, and you will. I'm not saying, like, literally, I'm not giving you an option of failure, because there isn't an option. You won't fail. You're fine. Like, failure is a state of mind, and success is subjective anyway. And so when it comes to what you need to start doing, is you need to start exploring. You need to start just trying different things, you know, especially if you're a creature of habit, you know. Walk a different way home. Try a new meal at your favorite restaurant. Ask questions to people that do interesting things. Be open to making connections with others. Don't assume that people don't want to connect with you. Don't assume that your voice is a burden, that your presence is a burden. There are so many people that love you, and it is, once again, only yourself that is telling you that they don't want to be with you or that they don't want to be around you. But I do think one thing that you do need to prioritize more is your rest, because if you do not get adequate rest, it is going to make it 10 trillion times harder to stay in a good energy. I mean, when you don't have think about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You know, the very bottom is like security, food, shelter. And unfortunately, because we as a society are still trying to make those things more accessible, people can't reach self-actualization if they are worried about feeding themselves or worried about being safe. And I need you to know that wherever you're at, that's okay. Like, we have different priorities, we have different needs. But you are meant to live in prosperity and abundance. You are meant to be blessed in this lifetime. You are meant to be comfortable. You are meant to feel secure. You are not meant to live in survival mode. And like we can fall back into survival mode, and that's absolutely okay. But there needs to be awareness of when you're in survival mode so that you can continue to intervene when that happens. Be kind to yourself when that happens. Give yourself a break. Give yourself time to rest. You're not meant to be alone. You're not meant to be just a drifter off in the wind where nobody understands you. You're meant to connect with people that are similar to you. And you're meant to just follow this beautiful journey of life and see where you end up. And here's the thing. You want to know how it turns out, but you don't. Because, first of all, it would ruin... It's like spoiling a movie. It's like spoiling the book of your life. It's like skipping to the last chapter. But like, you can't skip the last chapter when chapter 2 hasn't even been written yet. You write your story one day at a time. And when you look back, only then will you truly see why you had to go through XYZ to reach ABC. Why you had to... Suffering is fucking horrible, but it leads us to more wisdom, more empowerment, more enlightenment if we don't allow our suffering to consume us. If we fight back from our suffering. And you're a fighter. That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure I said in the very beginning, like, you're a fighter. You're not meant to allow this to control you. And I think one thing that you need to know is that it is very difficult, but you are capable of fighting back from your mind. And I think one thing that you need to know is that you don't need to know the answers. You don't need to have a 20-step plan. You just need to start trying and start exploring, and don't be afraid to mess up and make mistakes. And there's also a need to shift your perspective, especially with the 5 of Cups, because in the typical 5 of Cups, which you can kind of see it here, this cat is focused on these wilting flowers, and there's 2 beautiful flowers behind the cat that are amazing. And this is essentially a thing of glass half empty or glass half full, you know? And I want to say, like, there's a huge fucking difference between being positive and toxic positivity. Toxic positivity is when you don't acknowledge the negatives. You're not realistic with yourself. When you are dealing with intense issues and you're saying, it's fine, love and light, I'll just be fine, and you push down the problem. True self-love would be saying, I have a problem. Like, I can't leave my house right now, or I can't get out of bed right now. And instead of saying, I need to figure it out, or this is my problem, saying, I need help. Or maybe being self-aware of when you're getting too worked up in your own bullshit and saying, I need to slow down and realign with the energy of love. I need to fix my energy. Because Spirit's saying, you're not meant to live the life of an energetically clenched butthole. That this woman's butthole is not clenched. And thankfully, we can't see it. I don't want to. But that is not the energy of a clenched butthole. She is relaxed. She is calm. She is free. She is eating cakes. She is drinking wine. She is in her beautiful garden. This is where you're meant to be. And it's hard to recognize how beautiful peace is if we haven't achieved it yet. But you're not trying to achieve ultimate happiness and success. What you really need is to find peace in your everyday life and meet yourself with where you're at and refocus on what's important, because there's always going to be something wrong. There's always going to be a hair out of place. There's always going to be a crooked painting. There's always going to be an annoying neighbor. There's always going to be a dickhead coworker. There's always going to be something that is irritating as fuck. Like, that's just a fact of life. Like, as humans, we have to deal with each other, and we're pretty fucking irritating sometimes. If you drive, you know that. My road rage is unmatched. I really have to check it, but honestly, it just feels good. You know, when you can't control it, for me, it feels really good to just like get it out and yell it in my car, because like no one else can hear me, right? But for other people, it may just be listening to calming things on your drive and saying, you know, I can't control what traffic is doing. I can only control my car, things like that. But anyway, you were blessed with gifts. You were blessed with abilities. And Spirit is really like, Pile 2, I don't know why you're sitting here acting like you're a weed when you're a whole ass lotus, but you have the ability to make magic and to create gold from that. And what you create and what you put out into the world, because output is incredibly important. That is what you're struggling with right now. With this volcano here, it's like pressure is building, and eventually you're just gonna erupt. Like, it's gonna happen where you just start fearlessly unleashing yourself, because you'll realize that you're being way too damn hard on yourself, and you're like, just, it's not fucking cool to yourself. It's not cool. Like, you deserve to be kinder to yourself. You're allowed to make bad art. You're allowed to make songs that don't sound very great. You're allowed to cook dinner and burn the shit out of it and then order delivery. Like, you are allowed to make mistakes. Mistakes is how we learn. If we sit in fear and just say, I can't act because I might mess up or make a mistake, how are you going to know how to fix that mistake if you don't even face it? Fears never truly go away. We just become brave enough to face them. And that's what you're learning right now. And what you need to know is that you have the support of the divine. You have the support of your ancestors. You have the support of the universe behind you. And the only thing stopping you from recognizing that is your belief in it. And you don't have to believe in it. You can believe the world is against you. But what I will tell you is that whatever you believe is your reality. If you think you are worthless, you are. If you think that you can't do anything, you can't. If you think that you cannot get out of this mess, you can't. Because that's what you're affirming for yourself. And that's not to say, that's not to shame you for the way that you think. We all think this way. I think that way at times. But when those thoughts come through, you don't say, oh, thank you, brain, I'm going to take these as truth. You say, interesting perspective. I think that I have the power to achieve. I think that if things are even though things are totally shitty right now, like, I deserve to be kind to myself, and I know that tomorrow is a new day and I can try again. And even if it's not much better, I'll try again the next day, and I'll try again the next day, because what you have within you is the ability to not give up. And the divine, I'm sorry, they're not going to let you give up, because you have a powerful mission here and you have powerful things to do. And like I said, you are your own worst enemy. Let go of the people that, you know, from your childhood that still plague you about shit that they said. It doesn't fucking matter. They were wrong then and they're wrong now. What you need to do is be your best self, and you will be shocked at how far and high you fly. You, in the words of Michael Scott, you have no idea how high you can fly. Well, he said I, but still. You just have to let go of your fear. The biggest thing stopping you from loving yourself is your own beliefs that you're not going to achieve. One, your vision of how you view success, and the belief that if you're not productive or not successful, that you're not inherently worthy of love, because that is just not true. You are worthy of love, whether you haven't worked a day in your life or haven't gotten out of bed in 2 weeks, or you're worthy of love if you've been working yourself to death, sacrificing your needs for everyone around you. It doesn't matter who you are a living sentient being, and you are deserving of love. You came from love, that's where you will return to, but there is no reason why on this planet that you do not need to be aligned with the energy of love. The only thing stopping you from achieving that is your willingness to strive for it, because we may not always be in the energy of love. We may not always be able to do that. We are human. We are going to make mistakes. We have highs and lows. That is what the Wheel of Fortune talks about. We have good times and we have bad times. And what you need to know is that the future is always uncertain. It is created by our actions in the present. And the more you take action towards what is, the more you can release the worry of what will be, because you'll recognize what you can control and start releasing what you can't, because you would be shocked about how much actually plagues your mind that never has the potential of existing or has no basis in reality, but it's becoming your reality, or it has been your reality, because that is what you've been believing. The power of belief is unfucking real. And I will say, when I started this, I didn't believe in spirit. I was an atheist. I didn't say that word. I always questioned. I wasn't fully ever turned off. But what I will say is that I had to discover this. I had to be open-minded. I had to try different things. And I'm telling you, when you free yourself from the constraints of your own mind, you are fucking limitless. And when you're able to do that, you're able to see when your brain is trying to stop you. You'll be able to see when you are creating illusions of fear for yourself. And then once you are able to handle it and do maintenance with that, because it is something that you have to do maintenance with. You are always going to have doubts. You are always going to have fears. You are always going to have uncertainties. That's just life. But when you have tools to supplement that, your life will be so much easier. And it's like nothing may change around you physically, but the internal changes will be worth millions of dollars. Like, you can't buy this. You can't go out and find this. You have to be this to get it. And that's the thing with spiritual growth, with spiritual journeys. I can't, I deal like with this stuff. Like, I never used to believe in spirit, and I deal with a lot of internal stigma and shame with like, oh, people think that I'm like lying, or that I'm just a shyster trying to take your money. But that doesn't fucking matter. I'm not here to prove myself to people. What matters is you. What matters is that you get on your journey. That is why I'm here. What matters is that you recognize that all the people that think ill of you, all the people that think that you won't achieve, all the people that think that you can't do it, they don't matter. Their thoughts don't matter. And they're just projecting their own beliefs about themselves onto you. And the more that you embody your own energy, the more you will truly realize that. And the more you work on your mindfulness, the more you will be able to be aware of people that are still trapped in fear. And we find ourselves, and one thing you need to know is that you cannot shame yourself for when you find yourself becoming trapped in fear once more, because it's just always going to happen. And we go through those experiences so that we can remind ourselves that we are more powerful than our mind. Our minds do not have to control us. We can control them. They may impact how we behave, how we can do things, our ability. We all have limitations, but it's the will. It's the will to at least try, and the will to not just allow it to control you with full awareness of it and allow it to keep you in shackles. At least if you're fighting, at least you can say that. I'm not going to sit here and say it's easy, but I will say it's worth it. And it's a lot better. One thing that I will say is that I didn't truly stop suffering until I decided that I wanted to stop suffering. I was like, I just can't handle this anymore. And I think that a lot of people will agree with that. Like, you will suffer as long as you need to until you get tired of it. And then that's when you truly start pulling yourself out of it. And that doesn't mean you do it entirely. Like, therapy, counseling, self-discovery, shit like tarot. Like, there are so many ways to just have more awareness about yourself. Because the first start, there's a difference between knowing and being, but you first have to know before you can be. You know what I mean? And you can also be and then become in the know. But I think what you need to know is that the belief that everyone is against you is so much more in your mind than anything. And I think the very first thing, especially if you are more aware with energy work, you need to look at your heart chakra, because I think that is what is mostly blocked, especially with that King of Cups in reverse. Like, you have a lot of emotional maturity, but I think that you're I think your heart chakra kind of cycles between being blocked or overactive. So it's like you're either too giving, and then you deal with compassion fatigue, and you just can't deal with shit anymore. So, and I think that you don't make any space to have compassion for yourself. And I think that that is 100% one of the most important things that you need. You need to be respectful to yourself, and you need to be compassionate towards yourself. Because once you want a partner, or if you want a partner, people in general, wouldn't you want people in your life that love you, to respect you, and to be compassionate towards you? Because that's what love does. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love doesn't demand. It's a Corinthians quote. I don't know it off the top of my head, but you have to be patient. You have to be kind. And learning to love yourself is not something that you just say in the mirror and you go about. It's also in your actions. It's also in your decisions. It's also in honoring yourself. It's also in honoring your limitations, honoring where you're at, and seeing yourself and saying, hey, I may not be where I want to be, but that doesn't mean I'm any less valid. I'm where I need to be on my journey, and I know I will get there. I know the divine supports me. I've got your fucking back too, bro. I'm getting sassy now. But essentially, Spirit is just saying, stop holding everything in. Unclench your energetic butthole. Because you're ready to shine. And if you haven't been, it's time to start believing it. It doesn't matter what anyone says. It doesn't matter what anyone thinks. All that matters is what you think of yourself. Because when you show compassion to yourself, when you are kind to yourself, when you are patient with yourself, it's a lot easier for you to extend that to others. And when you have a full cup, you can give what overflows to others. And it also helps you be in a much more balanced state with giving and receiving. And if you're uncomfortable with receiving blessings, if you're uncomfortable with receiving love, you're never going to get over like this hump. You have to be able to receive blessings as you give them. Your value is not only in giving. When you give, you're also meant to receive. Now that's different from like if you're giving someone something with the expectation of receiving, that can be low-key manipulative. But I'm talking in the sense of like when you give to others, when you serve others, you should expect that the universe is going to reward you accordingly. You should expect that you will receive blessings and love as well. When you put out love, you receive love. It may come in ways that you weren't expecting. It may require a shift of perspective to truly see it. Because I think one thing that Spirit is saying is that there are plenty of things in your life already currently that you can say you're truly grateful for. The fact that you have the ability to be on a technological device and watch a video, that's something to be grateful for. The fact that I'm grateful that we're connecting. I'm grateful to feel your powerful energy, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity and for the fact that you're giving me the opportunity to be able to support you and encourage you, because you deserve that. You deserve all of this. And you're not alone. You are not alone. It's only your perspective. So really what you need most is a shift of perspective, to give yourself a damn break, to allow things to unfold as they will and stop trying to control it. Trust that the divine is blessing you, and trust that your creations have value, your thoughts have value, the kind ones. Your imagination has value, your dreams have value. You are priceless. You are so priceless. I'm gonna cry again. You're so priceless. Don't ever think that you're not. Please, you're gonna do amazing things. Please don't give up. It's okay to take a break. It's okay to say we're gonna take a rest, but you're not allowed to give up. You're not. And you're not going to, but yeah, you're not allowed. So stop believing that that is an option, because it's not. What you need to know is that you are going to do amazing things. And I'm sure you've already done amazing things. But when you get bogged down by negativity, by your own limiting beliefs, by society's expectations of you, that's when you need to turn in, or you need to find those things that remind you that love is real, that magic is real. Whether it's watching a good movie or journaling or whatever it may be for you. It's so much easier to live life when things just aren't so bitter and bad. There's always going to be people with that perspective, but it doesn't have to be yours, and it's not meant to be yours. You are meant to experience it. You are meant to understand it so that you can empathize with others that are there, because it's very hard to empathize with people when they're dicks to you. I would say I know that. But at the end of the day, they're still teaching you something. They're still showing you something. From every experience, you can learn something. And it's like, you got to stop feeling like you can plan your whole life out, because you can't. It's going to take twists and turns. Your desires are going to change. There are factors that you cannot even conceive of yet that are going to alter the course of your life for the better. There are so many things you can't see yet. You just need to have faith and trust that they will come. You don't need evidence. The evidence is the fact that you're here, the fact that you're viewing this video, the fact that you resonate with it. That's all you need. You don't need anything else. Your ancestors, your guides, your loved ones, they are all rooting for you. We are all rooting for you, not in a Tyra Banks way, like in a legit, genuine, kind way. We are rooting for you, and you are going to do amazing things. And the only thing stopping you from believing that is yourself. And the only thing stopping you from loving you is yourself. So before we get into the extended, where we're going to look at the blessings for what you are going to get from loving yourself, I'm really excited to look at it, by the way. We are going to finish off with some gratitude messages. I am so grateful that you are here. And I just cut the deck and it says, imagine yourself manually turning off your autopilot mode. Look around. This day has never existed before. Yeah, you're simultaneously the oldest you've ever been and the youngest you'll ever be. Ain't that cool? Ever be again, I mean. Because at one point, all of us were the youngest person on this planet, right? Maybe for a couple seconds or milliseconds. Or maybe you share the trophy with a couple hundred other babies, but, you know, everybody gets passed the baton someday. Okay, anyway, Spirit, what messages of gratitude do you want to leave pile 2 with? Reflect on a time in your life when you felt fully alive and connected to the world through your senses. What a gift to be able to feel so much. This power is always within you. This is exactly what I said. Oh my gosh, and black cats. So maybe black cats are a positive sign. Shout out to anyone who has black cats. I think they're so cute. Oh my God, also shout out to the Hermit Tarot's cat, Kirk. What an icon. Also shout out to Hermit. She's awesome too. If you haven't checked out her channel, you should. But anyway, a black cat comes out to greet us as if to say, look at me and not some old Romanesque church. I'm alive. Yes, I fucking love that. Okay, I'm sorry. I've been really on like a religious trauma kick, like just understanding it and understanding how people use spiritual concepts and the concept of God to manipulate and abuse others. And I think Spirit is really saying, you know, why would you believe a superstition about black cats when you could just see a living, breathing being that is just as valid, just as much of a proof of the existence of God as you are? Like, I mean, you don't have to believe in that, but what I'm saying is that people have misconceptions all the time, and I'm sorry, but we are just the same apes with different technology, and the blessing of having the knowledge of the people that came before us to go from something. But we don't know anything, really, truly. We are so primitive still. And there's a need to challenge those limiting beliefs, especially stuff like black cats being bad luck, and say, maybe that's just a sentient being. But yeah, okay, anyway, let's keep going. I'm sure this is already long enough and we still have it extended. So, Spirit, what else? What else does pile 2 have to be grateful for? What else does pile 2 have? Take a few moments to note a gift or opportunity that you have been ignoring or taking for granted. Give thanks from your heart. We are all more blind to what we have than to what we have not. That's literally this 5 of Cups energy right here. Like, you know, being aware of what you already have, like, is really valuable. Okay, so I'm going to take this one, and this is what we're going to finish off with. So, praise, flow, and change, night and the pulse of day. When you walk through your home today, thank each and every corner of space for all of its silent witnessing of who you are. I agree with that. And Yeah, this is perfect. There is no satisfaction that can compare with looking back across the years and finding you've grown in self-control, judgment, generosity, and unselfishness. And this says, make a mental map of your path through life. From infancy up through today, look at how far you've come. Exactly. You have come so far and you have no idea how far you'll go. So pile 4, I'm going to leave this here. If you want to join me over in the extended, that will be linked below. But if you are leaving me here, which is absolutely okay, thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you so much for watching my ads. That is the simplest and easiest way to support me, and simplest and easiest way to show me that you appreciate what I'm doing. But if you'd like to support me in other ways, you can check out my social media. Do be aware I have a lot of scammers pretending to be me. So if it's not linked below, it's not mine. If you follow me on Instagram, just be aware that like 3 scammers will follow you after that. None of them are me. They're my scammers. You can check out my merch. You can like this video. You can comment down below. Let me know how it resonated. You can subscribe if you haven't already and click that little bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. I do respond to comments when I first upload videos, so definitely be a part of the notification squad. We have a good time. But yeah, I think that's all I have. So thank you guys so much for letting me read your cards, for being a part of your day and being a part of your energy, or reading your energy. I really hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll all come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, pile 3. If you guys chose the Amethyst Rose and the Star Spinner Tarot, this is going to be your reading on how to love yourself. You know, easy thing. So what we are going to do, I mean, if you want a breakdown of what we're going to do in the reading, you can go back to the intro, but we're going to go ahead and start with why you are already lovable so that your brain can't trick you and try and pretend like you're not. So let's go ahead and start by looking at these oracles. So to start, we have Eros, we have Synergy. The frequency of synergy supports our allowance and acceptance of not so obvious, never seen before combinations and unions that result in new ways of functioning, working, thinking, relating, loving, and being. It reminds us to embrace the unfamiliar so that new yet exciting co-creations can give birth to a new reality. And we also have simple acts of kindness. Kindness energizes you and brings happiness to those around you. I want to fix this just a little bit because it's bothering me. Okay, good enough. All right, we also have the Swan. Wow, none of these are just the right way. Okay. We have Archangel Haniel with Divine Joy. I just had it downloaded, which is why I paused awkwardly. I think that this kind of happened for a reason, just the placement of the cards, because what I'm just getting right off the bat is that I think for a really long time you thought you were like backwards or like wired wrong. We also have Afterlife. Where are we going now? Transition, transformation, rebirth. And then finally, we have Links, and we have Fortune. I'm just gonna put these there and leave it at that. So, okay, pile 3. Why are you already lovable? Well, I do have to say just right off the bat, between this pile picking the Star Spinner Tarot and then these cards coming out and the energies that I'm feeling, speaking of coming out, I definitely get a strong like LGBTQIA plus energy here. You certainly don't have to be a part of that community, but I definitely think that there is, like, I just sense that energy, so I want to call it out. And I think no matter what your identity is or sexuality is or whatever it may be, I think everybody that chose this pile for sure has had, I just heard like identity crisis, crises, what's the plural of crises? Crisis is the singular word. Plural is crises, I think. Anyway, you have really struggled in life in terms of the fact that the outside world has made things overcomplicated for you growing up in a way that I feel like you're redirecting back to your true energy. And how far along you're at in that may be different for everyone. But the sense that I'm getting is no matter who you are and what your deal is, I think that you have been taught or conditioned by, I wouldn't say society as a whole, but I would say certain sections of society, certain areas of society have taught you that your natural state of being is wrong or bad. And I think it has sent you on this path that has not been easy, a jagged path with lots of difficult turns, difficult twists. It's like you've had to pretend to be something that you're not at some point in your life, and maybe you still do. But through this process of either being forced or feeling like you have no choice, or feeling afraid to be yourself, has kind of, and forcing yourself to fit into this energy of something that you're not, has kind of in its own way redirected you to show you how much easier it is to be yourself. Even though there's not challenges with being yourself, I think you've kind of been taking this long and hard path that is leading you to acceptance of yourself. And I think the hardest part about accepting yourself is the fact that not everyone will accept you the same way, and that goes for anybody. Like, that is just a fact of life. It doesn't matter who you are, how kind you are, how generous you are. It literally does not matter. Like, someone may just not like you because they don't like what shoes you're wearing, or they don't like the way you looked at them, or they don't like the fact that in their eyes you look better than them. You know what I mean? Like, other people just have their own shit going on. And I think that that's what you're starting to realize, is that a lot of the malice, I would call it malice and hate towards you, has very much been from a place of ignorance, prejudice, and or somebody else's own wounds that they're projecting onto you. And I think part of the hardest part is that there is a hopeless romantic side to you, and that's, I love that about you. That's such a lovable thing. And I think that you may, for some of you, you may like, it may be more subdued, like you may not admit it out loud. I just get a lot of like Pisces and Libra energy here. But I think there's a part of you that just loves love, and loves the idea of love, loves the idea of loving someone else, and loves the idea of being loved. And I think what's very hard for you is the fact that you want that reciprocal, beautiful love so badly. It's like what you desire more than anything. But you're going through this process of learning how to accept the fact that you even deserve love in return. And that's such a heartbreaking feeling to have, but I think it's such a human thing to feel like, yeah, everyone else deserves love, but except for me, because I'm a piece of shit and I don't matter, you know? And like, if that made you wince, it should. Like, because you shouldn't talk about yourself that way. And I think as a society, we've become incredibly self-deprecating because it's just so normal to cope with our pain through humor, and we just accept it. But really, you know, we shouldn't be talking about ourselves that way. Like, that doesn't do us any good. And I think one of the hardest parts of your journey is that the most of your like impactful growth comes from reflection later. And in the moment, things always seem really overwhelming and really challenging. And it's only until you get your footing again that you realize, oh, I understand why I was going through this, or oh, I understand why this was meant to happen. And I think there has definitely been some anger towards the divine, or towards God, the universe, whatever you believe in or don't believe in, right? and wondered, why did they make you this way, or why did they make you you? And I think the divine is asking you to consider that maybe the divine didn't make you this way to punish you. Maybe the divine made you this way because this is who you are. And the fact that, and like I said, this is not just for like a certain group of people. I mean, like, it literally does not matter who you are. There's always aspects of ourselves that we're worried won't be accepted, or, you know, that we can be judged for. I mean, like, I just heard chuggy in my head. Like, I don't even understand that concept very well, but probably because I am one. I don't know. I guess I would have to ask my TikTokers, but I don't know. Is it just like early 2000s fashion, or is it like fall white girl fashion? Like, I don't know. What's chuggy? Comment down below. I don't know what that is. Can someone help me? But anyway, there's just this feeling like you've been angry at the universe for making you the way you were, the way you naturally are. And the universe is like, nah, you're with peace and love, like, you're looking in the wrong direction. There's nothing wrong with how we made you. There's nothing wrong with you. What's wrong is the fact that people either don't see you, don't validate your experiences, don't treat you properly. There may not be enough understanding around certain facets of yourself. There may not be. Spirit is asking you to redirect your questions towards humanity and not the divine as to why there are challenges with being yourself. Because the thing is that as humans, we have free will. And the universe is not going to, when you are incarnating, when they are creating the perfect you, they're not going to say, oh, well, the humans aren't going to like this aspect of pile 3, so we should take it away. No. Like, the divine is more than happy to have you be the most divine version of yourself, the most authentic version of yourself, because that leads to the highest good of all. There are more people out there like you than you realize. And I think these readings are a good example of that, you know? Like, you know, people say things sometimes like, I don't understand how this reading can resonate for, you know, thousands of people. And it's like, well, if you think about it, there's billions of people on the planet, so already not very many people are, only a small portion of people are even watching these readings, and even within those portions, there's only so many people actually resonating with those readings. And it's like, it's really a much smaller population than we think, but we're energetically connected to each other because of it. Hey, I'm so happy you're here. I'm so happy that we're energetically aligned. Like, that's so awesome. But I think this is what you're realizing. Was one thing that is so lovable about you is the fact that you're rediscovering your truth. And one truth about you, that no matter how much cruelty or evil you faced, you have been kind-hearted. And sure, that doesn't mean that you didn't lash out, dish it back, or, you know, made mistakes in the past. None of us are perfect, and it's ridiculous to hold ourselves to some ridiculous standard. But I think that you are just a kind soul. And I think the hardest part about life so far for you has been the fact that people can't necessarily see a kind heart, because they're seeing through their own filter, through their own lens. And if someone's not very kind-hearted, they're not really going to see nor give a shit about a kind heart. You know what I mean? And I think one thing that you're realizing is you were holding on to this perception that there must be something wrong with you, that you need to change, or that you must be like, the divine must be punishing you or something for you to be here, for you to exist. And like, it's like, nah, it has nothing to do with you, and everything to do with distortions and illusions within society. And I think what you're realizing is that it never had anything to do with you. It always had to do with external perception and the issues and illusions with that. And I think what you're realizing now that you've come all this way, I feel like you wish you could go back in time and give your younger self a hug, which you can, like, because you are yourself. And so if you think about it, you could just like send a mental message to your younger self and be like, hey, I love you, I got you. But, you know, it might be hard to say that if you're still ashamed of who you are. And I think that there may be shame around wanting love as well. And there may be shame around taking up space. And I think one thing that you need to know is that you wouldn't be here if you weren't supposed to take up part of this space. You know what I mean? Your existence here is important. And I think that you have a powerful gift to see within the hearts of people and see the truth of who they are. And not everybody can do that. And also, I think a lot of you have a lot of romantic interests. I mean, if you're dating someone, then I would say like you've had a lot of romantic interests. Maybe you still do, but you just don't, you know, if you're being faithful. But I mean, if you're polyamorous or something like that, I don't know your life, non-monogamous, I don't know what you're doing, but you could have a lot of romantic interests. But I think one thing that you also struggle with is the fact that maybe it's either harder to meet people that you're compatible with, or oftentimes the people that are attracted to you can't see you as deeply as you see them. And it makes you like question yourself. And you're like, am I just like meant to be alone, or am I just meant to be on my own? And the answer is no. I think what's so lovable about you is that you almost feel like you're deserving of jumping through all these energetic hoops and going through all these challenges. Like, I feel like you don't even complain about it. Like, you don't even, and if you do, it's like, it's fine. Like, I complain about the dumbest shit all the time. Like, there's nothing wrong with complaining, but we gotta do it from time to time. But I feel like there's like two parts of you. One that is so just gentle and kind, and then this other part of you that has mainly been conditioned, and it's definitely a big part of your ego that tries to keep you small and tries to keep you remembering that no, if we put ourselves out there, we're gonna be shamed, or if we put ourselves out there, like, people are gonna hate us, or if we put ourselves out there, it's going to create harm in some way. And you're not letting that part of yourself stop you. That is one reason why you are so lovable. And I think that you're realizing that a lot of your desires that you've been chasing after are not real, in the sense that they're fantasies that you've created in your head, but the reality will never be as good as the fantasy. And I think one thing that you're realizing is that you will waste your entire life if you don't find joy in the present moment and find small things to be grateful for and find experiences to make life more beautiful. I feel like you want to feel beautiful and you want to have a beautiful life. And I'm not talking about outer beauty. I'm talking about holistic beauty. I'm talking about, you know, you want to feel good. You want to take care of yourself. You want to take pride in who you are, take pride in why you're here. And I think as you get older, you start connecting with people more on deeper levels. People are able to show up in more authentic ways. And at the same time, it's like you're discovering more about yourself and slowly but surely becoming more accepting of who you are. And I think the hardest part is that we're not always going to have the validation of others to fall back on. But the thing that I think you've been learning is that the validation of others is meaningless, especially if you can't give yourself that validation. I think you're realizing that you've always had everything you've needed within you. I do feel like there's at least a portion of the people that pick this group have this very romanticized idea of love, or very romanticized idea of what like your ideal relationship looks like, or ideal I just heard like marriage or things like that. And I think what you're realizing is that, or I wouldn't even say, I would just say like an ideal partner, an ideal romantic like love interest. And I think what you're realizing is that there's gonna be no like hero coming to save you from your own problems. I think you're starting to realize through your own trials and tribulations that you're the hero you've been holding out for, and that there's actually a wealth, an abundance of gifts within you already that you've just are either starting to tap into again, or starting to feel confident enough to tap into more frequently and create more enlightening things from it. I think one thing that is difficult for you though is your childhood or your upbringing could have been especially difficult. And I think it's hard to remember sometimes that maybe you're not that person anymore, or if you're still, dealing with certain elements of that energy won't be forever. But I think for a lot of you, you're far beyond the days of your adolescence. For some of you, not so much. This is YouTube. I'm aware. I'm aware of where we're at, but there's nothing wrong with youth. There's just a need to be aware of the younger we are, the less we know. And I'm not saying that like I'm old and I know anything. I know nothing. I am still learning just like everyone else. And I think that's where you're at too. You're like, I'm learning like everyone else. And I think part of the hardest part for you, I think, is forgiving yourself for how much shame and anger you've placed towards yourself because you weren't accepted for who you are. It's like you wanted to be accepted so badly that you were willing to sacrifice everything that made you you in order to do that. And either you did that and realized that it made you even more miserable, or you weren't able to do that and you realized that's because it was never your path in the first place. And that I think that this journey has been, this like it was all a dream here. I really feel like you're starting to realize like what is real and what is an illusion. And a lot of what seems real is actually an illusion, and a lot of what seems like an illusion is actually real. And I think as you're growing into yourself, as you are blossoming, as you are healing and growing, you're realizing that one, you were lovable this whole time, and two, that it's not that there was something inherently wrong with you. It's that there's many, 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 many things that are inherently wrong with society and how we as a society treat others, view others, judge others, XYZ. And that's something that we as a collective have to be the change and fight against injustice when we see it, And I think that's another beautiful thing about you, is the fact that you do care about justice, that you do care about others. It makes you so lovable. And you know what though? I'm having a really hard time talking about what makes you feel so lovable, because you're very aware of your own flaws, your own shortcomings, what you need to work on, how you need to grow. But even the best attributes that you speak about yourself are typically about what you do for others. They're not about yourself. And I'm telling you right now, that's definitely something that we're going to get into in this reading deeper. But what makes you lovable is so much more than just what you do for others and how you make up for the fact that you take up space in the world. Literally, there's a really slippery and elusive nature to you where you can embody so many different energies. And it's like, you may be the type of person whose like aesthetic changes a lot, or you go through a lot of different phases or something like that. But the truest parts of yourself, no matter what phase you're going through or no matter what energy you're processing, the truest parts of you are always there. Like, there's some fixed energy there. Like, I'm feeling like Taurus energy especially. But you're a solid friend. And see, once again, I want to revert to telling you what makes you lovable from an outsider's perspective. And I don't like that, pile 3, because what makes you lovable is so much more than what you can do just for others. And the idea that you're only lovable if you're helping others is not very lovable, I'm gonna say, with peace and love. I don't love that. I love that you're giving and generous for others, but you shouldn't be giving from an empty cup. And with the Lynx card here, you know, I think that you sometimes believe that you love yourself, but I think those only come when you feel good about yourself for a very fickle reason. Like, your hair looks really good that day, or your outfit was bomb, or you did really well at work, or, you know, just something like something achievement based. There's definitely an achievement based energy to you where it's like, if you're not achieving things, if you're not, you feel like you have to overcompensate for who you are by being insanely impressive. And that's not lovable. It makes me kind of sad, honestly. It's amazing that you're able to achieve a lot, but what is the point of achievement if it costs you your sanity, your health, your time, your energy? It's an unsustainable model of self-love, I'll tell you that. And it's like, you don't really give yourself time to sit down and rest and reflect until you're forced to, which I feel like this Swan energy is like, the universe might be pushing you into energies where you have to self-reflect. But there's a lot of stagnant energy within you. I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna, I don't know if this is gonna be a tough reading. I don't know at all, but I think what's really tough is that you have to break through this. There's a wall around your heart, and like, it's not about giving love to others, it's about giving love to yourself. Like, there's a huge blockage there where it's like, I don't think you fully believe that you deserve love still, or yet, or right now, whenever you're watching this video, because it is timeless. But, and I almost think it's like, if you find the perfect relationship, or if you have, or if a lot of people want you, if you have a lot of romantic interests, or if people are pining after you or things like that, it'll mean that you're loved and that you're wanted, and that will let you love yourself. And it's just not true. It's just not true. Because you don't see how treasured you are by the people around you. And it's not because of what you do for them. It's because of who you are, your insights, your ability to just connect with their heart, your ability. I think you're really good. I think you're really good at gifts and surprises for people. Like, you're so good at keeping things under the radar. Some of you are really good at acting or music. There's a lot of like inherent talent within you. And I think that is part of what drives your ambitiousness. And let's be real, there's nothing wrong with being ambitious. But when your ambition is based upon, okay, I need to achieve these things so that I can feel like I'm a human worthy of living and existing, that's a problem. Because it shouldn't matter whether you're like, it shouldn't matter how successful you are. Like, you should love yourself just as much when you're, you know, waiting tables as you do if you're the person owning the restaurant. You know what I mean? Everybody in that restaurant plays an important role. You know, we need people to wait the tables. We need customers to come in and eat. We need chefs to make the food. We need a hostess to do other stuff. I don't know. I've never worked in a restaurant, and there's like tons of people in the back yelling herd and stuff. I don't know, but it takes a whole team, and every single part of it is important. There's no part that isn't important. That the whole restaurant would sink if everybody weren't doing their role. You know what I mean? And I think one thing that Spirit is trying to get you to realize is that it doesn't matter what role you're playing. It doesn't matter how you're contributing to society, if you're contributing to society. Because at the end of the day, if you don't have a relationship with yourself, if you don't even know how to get in touch with yourself, if you don't know how to tap into your own love and feel that loving energy for yourself, to give love to yourself, everything that you do is going to be worthless in life. Because there's always going to be this lingering uncertainty of like, am I doing the right thing? Is this where I need to be? And I think one thing that is really lovable about you is just how far you've come and how much you've evolved and grown. But I think that there is a huge blockage right now, and it's the belief that you're deserving of good things. The belief that you have a huge blockage in terms of receiving. You give in spades, but receiving is very difficult for you, and that is going to make reaping the benefits of being a giving person a lot more difficult. And also, I think that you're unfamiliar with the idea of giving from a place of overflow. Like, you fill your own cup up first, and then what spills over, you give to others. I think that's very uncomfortable for you. But I think it's very symbolic that you picked the rose as this stone. In another deck, there is this card called the Ever Unfolding Rose, and it says, cracked open, it's happening for you, not to you. And I think that all of these things that have been outside of your control, that have been really hard, that you've been growing through, I think it's all helping you blossom into this beautiful swan, like literally this beautiful rose, this beautiful swan. But it's like, you don't feel, just because that's your outside, I don't think you feel that way internally, no matter how impressive you are, no matter how much you've grown up or things like that. I think you still see yourself the way you did when you felt the worst about yourself. And I think that that is a heavy burden to carry, especially when things in your external world change. Like, let's say you're doing well, but you still feel the same. And it's like, well, am I doing the wrong thing? No, you're not doing the wrong thing. But you're not in tune with yourself fully. Like, that's the vibe that I get. Like, I think that when you are around people that are similar to you, that you can bounce off ideas with, that you can communicate, because you're an excellent communicator and a really deep thinker, I think that is when you really see the true beauty and the true value of yourself. But I think Spirit is saying you don't see yourself accurately in solitude. You don't see yourself accurately, you know, when you look at the bare bones version of yourself, you know, when you look at this fortune version of yourself, and you're waking up and you're looking at yourself in the mirror, you know, I think that you're wired currently to just look at what's wrong with you or your flaws. And I don't think that this is how you want to be. In fact, the fact that you clicked on this video shows me that's not how you want to be. But I think that you've been telling yourself that you'll feel better about yourself once you have XYZ, the car, the partner, the house, the job. And it's like, none of that is going to fulfill you. And in fact, the more effort you put into just achieving, period, under the guise of the more I achieve, the more I will love myself, the emptier you will be. And it's very important and very necessary for you to have more of a connection with yourself, because if you don't, you're literally going to be going through life with a subconscious fate that you didn't choose. So we're gonna go ahead and transition into what your needs are. I know that wasn't the most like upbeat, cheery reading about like why you're super lovable, but like you are super lovable, but it doesn't really matter because you don't see it. So we gotta go in and get deeper. So I'm gonna clear these out and then we are going to get started with your needs. Okay, so I am going to shuffle your cards on camera because I know some of y'all really like that, and we are going to dive deep into your needs. So, while I was getting this part of the reading ready, and actually before I started your reading too, I had this song, the specific song from a South Park episode. It's called Fun Times with Weapons, and it's arguably one of my favorite South Park episodes. I hope I didn't say Simpsons. I meant to say South Park. The Simpsons is, well, the early seasons are great too. But anyway, in that specific episode, I'm gonna spoil it, so hopefully you've seen it already. But essentially, somebody throws a ninja star into the eye of one of the other characters, and the people that threw the ninja star in the eye of the character, the other kids, are so afraid of getting in trouble that they dress this kid up like a dog and make him bark. And it's a really funny episode. And I know it sounds gruesome and horrible, and I sound horrible for laughing, but like everybody believes this kid with a ninja star in his eye is a dog. And like half of the episode is him like trying to get medical help, because like everybody believes that he's a dog even though he's a human boy, like in pain and suffering. And I think the spirit is just using this as an example, mainly one, because we may have some weebs out there, shout out to my weebs, but also because I feel like you've been, maybe not now, this could be something from your past where you've definitely healed some of it, but I feel like for a lot of you it's more of a current present energy. I really feel like you are like in a lot of pain, whether literally like dealing with chronic pain or just internal pain. Like pain is pain, it doesn't matter what type of pain it is, but I feel like you're in a lot of pain, enough pain to where it's like a lot for one person to carry. And I feel like you just, you know, you tell yourself that you're fine and you keep going because you're used to it. But that's not going to help anything. It's like having a fucking ninja star in your eye. It's like, it's not good. Like, you need to get the ninja star out of your eye before you can think about self-love, because it's like you've got bigger fish to fry, you know what I mean? You've got bigger things to work on and heal. But let's just go ahead and see what your needs are, because like I think, if I'm gonna be honest, I feel like it was really challenging for me to channel anything about why you're lovable. And I think that's because even if I did it, you wouldn't believe me, because it doesn't matter what I say or what I channel, because if you don't believe it, then it's worthless anyway. Or if you don't believe good things about yourself, then the positive affirmations you say to yourself are not as effective. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's just go ahead and get into needs. So I also feel because I'm over explaining myself so much, you probably feel the need to over explain yourself. And to I feel the need to take this bottom card, Knight of Swords. Okay, so Spirit, what are pile 3's needs, please? Okay, yeah, we have the Sun. We have the 5 of Wands, and this is making me think of Kino's song Control It. It's such a bop. Shout out to my queen. If you've never heard that song before, it's by Kino. You can go to her channel, Kino Tarot, and it'll link you to her music channel. It's a song called Control It, and she's kind of like in a similar position to this, so it's a good song too. We also have the Lovers. We have the Chariot. And on the back of the deck, we have the Queen of Cups. And on top of the deck, we have the Four of Wands. Yeah. Oh, you really are so precious. Pile 3. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm having a very hard time being like very compassionate towards you because I'm channeling your energy. And I think you have a very hard time being compassionate to yourself. And it's like, I want to be very, I want to speak in a more compassionate way, but it feels inauthentic, and it feels like it's not what you need, like in a loving way. Like, your wounds need to be acknowledged, not ignored. But anyway, let's get into your oracles and then we'll dive deep into this. So to start, we have the Goddess. We have Door to Personal Healing and Happiness in reverse. We have the Void. We have Anxiety. We have Inspiration. We have Death. And finally, we have codependency. This is a relationship addiction. You are relying too heavily on the other person for your sense of self-worth. Give yourself some more self-love. Yeah. So this is like actually, so I don't think, whether you're in a relationship or not, I think this extends to a lot more than just a particular relationship. I think you are dependent on external stimuli, external information to tell you if you're worth it, if you're valuable or not. Another thing that I was called to talk about in the first part of the reading, but I literally couldn't think of the word of it while I was channeling, is creativity. Why would I forget the word creativity? Maybe it's because some of you have are creative and are not allowing yourself to be creative. Some of you may feel like you are bound to only certain types of creativity. Maybe you feel like you're not allowed to be creative in other ways. But I also think you're trapped by your own mind to the point where your mind is really ruling things right now. And here's the thing. In terms of your needs, what you need, especially right now, is the truth. You need honest people who are not going to sugarcoat things, who are going to put a band-aid on a gaping wound, so to speak. I think there's also a need to look at what you have internalized as your truth and rigorously analyze it from a perspective outside of your own. Because once again, I think that you're distorted in the sense that you don't see how the negative things that people have said to you or about you may have really nothing to do with you and everything to do with their own issues and shortcomings and shit that they're projecting onto you. And I think Spirit is really confirming that two of your big needs are love and joy, are happiness and partnership. If not partnership, then just valuable connections where you and them are on the same, especially the same mental wavelength, but like you're the type of person who wants to be all in. And I think that you attract people that are not all in a lot of the time. And I think that's because you're not all yourself. And so it's like, how are you going to be able to attract people that are fully themselves when there are still so many parts of yourself that you're discovering? And I'm not saying that like because you know, there's that whole trope where it's like, oh, you need to love yourself before you can love another, and there's like, it's kind of a half truth. Like, you can love other people without loving yourself, and you can be in healthy, happy relationships without fully feeling good about yourself. You know, you don't need to literally like lock yourself in a prison and be like, until you love yourself, you're not allowed to, you know, have any action, any tail, like whatever. Like, no, that's not true. But I do think that you're looking for a quick fix that is not coming. And even if you don't think you are, I think you're deep down holding out hope that like one day you'll wake up and all of your problems will magically be solved. And I think the thing that you need to do, that your biggest need right now in terms of loving yourself, is you need to address the void inside of you. Because I think you are looking for everything in your external world to fill that void, but it's just going to make that void bigger. Because anything you try to fill it with is just going to become part of that void. And it's just going to be as fickle and meaningless as the thing you used before to fill that void, and the thing you used before to fill that void. And it's not fickle and meaningless in the sense that it's meaningless to you, but it's fickle and meaningless in the sense that it's not creating the outcome that you deep down actually want, which is contentment and fulfillment. I think that there is a resistance towards happiness and healing because I think you still believe deep down that you don't deserve it. And I think that there's fears of, well, what if I work towards this and I still don't get it? Or or maybe you do really badly want to heal, but you're just stuck in your own brain. You're stuck in your own thought patterns and your own fear. And I think one thing that I need to say is that you're really blocked from your creative abilities right now. And you're an incredibly creative person. That's what I was trying to say before. That's one thing that's really lovable about you. And I couldn't even say the word creativity. I don't know if you've recently had wounds around creativity. Maybe you've been avoiding it. But with this anxiety card, I feel like your own fears and your own like analysis paralysis and things like that are affecting you to the point where you can't even have a healthy outlet to channel negative feelings or difficult things, because it's like you really are stagnant in this frigid energy. I is the best way I can describe it. And Spirit's like, we want this to end. We need this to end. And the thing is that this may not end very easily, and it may not be something that entirely goes away, but it is something that you can fight back. I think one thing that you need to know is that you're allowed to discern for yourself what your truth is, and you're allowed to fight back. You're allowed to fight back, especially against your own brain. You're allowed to tell your brain to shut the fuck up and be like, yeah, okay, and do the thing anyway. And I think what you're not realizing is that you want to be big, you want to achieve things, you want to be someone, but everything, your actions, your brain, everything else tells you is trying to keep you small. So that you have no choice but to be stagnant, because you've got one force that is resisting this outward expansion, and then one force fighting back saying, no, we want to do things, we want to achieve, and the other part saying, no, we need to stay small, we need to protect ourselves. And both of these parts have good intentions, but horrible outcomes, in the sense that one part of you is constantly feeling unsatisfied and unworthy because you're not achieving things the way that your ambitious brain thinks you should in the time frame that you should. And then at the same time, you're fighting with the fact that there's this other part of you that may be more subconscious than you realize, that is doing everything in its power to keep you small and keep you safe, because it is afraid of being criticized. It is afraid of being hurt. It is afraid of being seen. And it's like both of these parts of yourself are just very busy arguing with each other, when the truth of the matter is that these are both figments of your brain. Neither of them are your true self. Your true self is underneath all of that. And it's like you're not really able to see and love your true self because you haven't fully worked out what your true needs and motivations and desires are. One thing that you need is the ability to move. Movement in general is incredibly important here. And even if you can't get out of bed, like jamming to a song, a good happy song, and bopping, nodding your head, like even that can be movement. Like, and I think that there's a real need. There could be wounds around a mother figure in your life, or just wounds around loving others. Maybe because I just heard empath narcissist, so you could attract those sorts of people. You could attract, I'm not going to get too deeply into that, but I do feel like you have a very kind, generous heart, but you're not discerning about who you give that love to. And then you go back around and you wonder, why was I not enough? And the thing is that it's not that you're not enough. It's that this person could never appreciate how beautiful, deep, and compassionate you are, because that person is just not that way. I feel like a lot of your love comes from a place of people pleasing, not from a place of I'm giving because I want to. I do think that there is, when I say people pleasing, it's like yeah, but I also want to do that. But the want truly stems from the fact that you want that person to like you, or you want that person to be kind to you. You know what I mean? Like, it is natural for you to want to help others, but it's not natural to do that to the detriment of yourself. This is setting yourself on fire to keep yourself warm energy. And with the Five of Wands here, it's like you've got to stop fighting yourself. One thing that you need to do is just stop resisting yourself. Stop fighting the fact that you're not perfect. Let go. Like, one thing that you need to do is let go of your perfectionism, because you're just never going to be perfect. And there's perfection within that. You're your own brand. You're your own, like, what would we say? Like, you're your own taste. I don't know, but like, there is nobody like you in the world. And I think what's hard for you is that, like, there's this part of you where you recognize that you're incredibly unique and take pride in that, but at the same time, it's like you want to relate to others, but then the thought of other people, like, having similar attributes to you, it makes you feel less special about yourself. You're very paradoxical, and, like, you contradict yourself a lot, and I think that's part of the reason why it's so difficult. I mean, that's why I feel more of that, like, Libra energy. It's like you really go back and forth with yourself. And I think one thing is that, like, you don't even celebrate yourself. Like, you don't even celebrate the things like whenever you're triumphant, whenever you do something great, it's like if you got like for example, if you got an A- on a test, you're shaming yourself for not getting an A rather than celebrating the fact that you got an A-. You know what I mean? And it's like, you're holding yourself to these unrealistically high expectations that I'm telling you right now, you will never achieve, because nobody can. And it's like, you wonder why you hate yourself at the end of the day, and it's because you're making the parameters for it being okay to love yourself so impossible that you'll never reach them. And so in a way, it's like you're keeping yourself safe from seeing the truth about yourself. You're keeping yourself safe from realizing that maybe all this self-deprecating energy, maybe all of this belief that I'm worth nothing and that I can't do anything is wrong. And you may have to face the fact that you haven't been very kind to yourself. And I don't want you to feel shame for this reading. I really don't. Like, this is meant to be productive and helpful, but there's a lot of parts of yourself that you're ready to kill off because they're just not needed. In fact, they're like keeping you from moving forward. They really are. And it's these parts of yourself, a lot of it is in ego. A lot of it is mental energy of yours. There's a real need to be discerning about what thoughts actually help you and what thoughts actually hurt you. I also think that there's a need to get out of your own head through creativity. So whatever you like to do that is creative, even just spending time in nature, I think could be really helpful. And like, you know, I do feel like there's kind of a like, if you keep your blinds closed all the time, if you keep your room dark, like, let more light in. I think you need more light. I think you surround yourself with dark things, like dark music, dark energy, sad things, because it matches the energy that you're in. But I think Spirit is challenging you to open yourself up to lighter energies and lighter things, because when we're in heavier energies, we kind of hold on to those heavy energies and it's hard to let go of them at times. And I think part of being a truly compassionate person is starting with compassion for yourself. And so giving to others will never bring value to you so long as it's just pleasing people, which I know I already said that. But there's a lot of parts of you that are ready to die, and I think that it's time for you to kill them. And you know, those parts of you, especially the parts of you from your past that repeat things that maybe bullies or teachers or your, God forbid, even your own parents said to you. But there's a need there's a need to stop relying on the outside world to give you validation, because I promise you, you're never going to get it there. And in fact, just start realizing that so long as you continue to focus on egoic pursuits in order to receive societal validation, you're going to be just as empty as you were when you started. The only thing that you might find fulfilling throughout that process is the things that you learn along the way, because you do have the ability to be very reflective. But I think you do get into energies where you convince yourself that you're not even worth healing or that there's nothing wrong. I think it's very easy for you to distract yourself with, you know, social media or a copious amount of things that keep you from yourself. And I think that you just really have a hard time feeling in general. Because truthfully, Pile 3, I haven't felt very much this whole time. And I really do think you could be in a quite apathetic energy. I think the only time that you really feel things are when you feel angry or when you're empathizing with somebody else and you take on their energy. You are so worthy and deserving of love, but it does not matter what you do. If you don't believe it, you're never going to achieve it. Whether you can or you can't, you're right. And I think maybe one challenging thing that you have to tell yourself is nobody is going to there's not going to be a one solution fixes all thing. There is not going to be a magic person that comes in and fixes things. You know, there might be somebody that comes in and helps you along with your healing journey, but at the end of the day, your healing journey is yours. Nobody else is responsible for your own happiness but you. And I definitely think, especially for this pile, if you're relying solely on yourself to get you out of this energy, I would highly encourage you to seek help if that's a possibility. I know it's not a possibility for everyone. and all you can do is just your best. But I mean, even talking to others, I think, is incredibly important, because a lot of this stuff you bury inside. And my heart kind of hurts, like, in this pile, and not in the sense that, like, it's heartbroken. It's just, it feels like your heart is kind of hollow. And I really think that you push a lot of people away before they can even come near you, because even the idea of losing them is too painful to bear. And you may have not even had more than like one date with them. You know what I mean? There's just this cyclone of worries, doubts, fears. And it's exhausting. I bet you're really exhausted, Pio 3. And I bet you're really frustrated and you're really tired with life. And I bet that you get really mad at the divine sometimes, or mad at life. And you're just like, man, like, why was I dealt these cards? And it's like, well, you were dealt these cards to realize that these cards are much more valuable than you think. You're just not playing them the right way. You know what I mean? And there's a need to fight back from societal conventions that make you feel like only one path is the right path, or only one way is the right way. Happiness means that you're on the right path. So if you're not happy, you're not on the right path. And what you need is to allow yourself to feel joy and find joy. And the interesting thing is that a lot of your cards seem very spiritually advanced and joyful, but it's like, even if you are spiritually advanced, you're really out of touch with yourself right now. And like, that's not something that you need to be upset about or shame yourself for. It's just something that you need to be aware of, because it takes you out of alignment. Like, literally, the door to personal healing and happiness is blocked right now because you're not addressing this giant void within you. You're not recognizing your inherent worth. If you don't even think you're worth the time to heal and improve, how are you ever going to do that? You know? Not addressing our own internal wounds, and not addressing what's going on within us, and then at the same time saying, everything is good, like, I'm fine, I'm happy, I love myself, is like, literally, like, first of all, like, the definition of toxic positivity. And second, actually, it may not be the definition, but it sounds a lot like toxic positivity. Don't quote me on that, but it's also, you're saying and doing two different things. You ever hear the phrase, action speaks louder than words? You know, you can say that you love yourself all you want, but if you think you're not worthy of getting a full night's sleep, or you think you're not worthy of fulfilling your basic needs, or being loved, or being cared for, or being protected, you're not going to fully believe that. A great example that Spirit just put in my head, like, boundaries. You're probably somebody who struggles with boundaries. And it's probably because you're afraid of the reactions from people when you do set boundaries. And so Spirit is saying that's a big thing that needs to be healed, because if you can't set boundaries to protect yourself, that is a huge form of self-betrayal. And that is an excellent example of how your actions show you that you're not actually lovable. And that's not true. You're incredibly lovable. But when you give people access to your energy, your time and energy, when in reality it needs to be focused on you, that's another example of you setting yourself on fire to keep somebody else warm. That you need to feel joy, you need to feel good, you need to feel like you're balanced and moving forward, and you're not balanced right now. I feel like you're trying very hard to be balanced by just saying, I need to be balanced, and then continuing to do the same chaotic shit that you were doing the day before. There's nothing wrong with that. It's your process. It's how you're learning things. But I think you're so resistant to being open to positive changes, and resistant to being open to new ways of healing and doing and being, because it's hard. And I think that life has been very hard for you, and I think you're tired and you just want to rest. And I think you're overachieving the overachieving parts of yourself are like, no, you can't rest. You need to go out there and prove yourself because you're worthless. And you're like literally reiterating, you're just making things harder on yourself because you're continuing to grind or to keep setting yourself on fire, all for this outcome that's not even real. Because I think the biggest thing that you need is to stop resisting rest, stop resisting change, stop resisting you. You know how when you like hear your voice on a recording, it's like horrifying and you just like want to throw the recording or yourself like out the window? It's like spirit is asking you to get over yourself a little bit, in the sense that you need to take yourself off the pedestal and recognize that you are just as flawed as everyone else. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's amazing, beautiful things about you, the same way there's amazing, beautiful things about other people, you know? Christmas lights and flowers are very different, but they're still beautiful. You know what I mean? Like, everybody is different and everybody has different forms of beauty. And I think what you need to realize is that, like, if you only focus on your flaws and shortcomings, you're going to see yourself in a very difficult light. But I think you just refuse to look at yourself because you don't want to see the flaws that are there. It's like, but you're okay at the same time with beating yourself up. It's very contradictory. I bet this reading feels very contradictory. Like, your energy is quite contradictory. And I think that is what is creating a lot of chaos and making self-love like 10 trillion times harder, because instead of really focusing on what matters, it's like you're trying to go deep sea fishing, but your boat is in a pond. It's like, yeah, you're not going to get a lot accomplished here. You're not going to catch a lot of fish because your boat is not in the ocean. It is in a pond. If your intention is to go deep sea fishing, you're not going to find those types of fish in a little ass pond. And that pond is essentially your brain. And the ocean is your soul. And so really what you need to do is let go of your limiting beliefs about yourself. Stop being so mean to yourself. And I would challenge you to pay attention to what you say to yourself just on a regular basis. Like, if you knock a pencil off your desk and you're just like, wow, you're the biggest like piece of shit in the world, like you just knocked your pencil off your desk, like, check that and be like, what? Like, that's not even realistic. Like, if you saw somebody else knock their pencil off their desk, what would you think? Probably nothing. You're probably still thinking about how you suck and not even thinking about the fact that person knocked their pencil off their desk. But truthfully, when it comes to your needs, it's like you really can't start addressing your needs until you first address this big ass void within you. You have to like turn inward first, because a lot of your goals, ambitions, things that you think will make you love yourself are very externally based. And the thing is that there's nothing wrong with being ambitious. There's nothing wrong with wanting to achieve things, but it will be just as hollow once you achieve it. And actually, it might make you feel worse if you don't have a solid sense of self, because you're like, wow, I've done all of this stuff and I still hate myself. You know what I mean? Because I think the truth of the matter is, a lot of people here right now would say that you hate yourself. And I hate saying that. I really hope you don't feel that way. But please know that self-hatred is an illusion. It's not real. It's not true. I mean, it's true to you because whatever is your truth is true to you, but it's not the truth. And you were not made to just hate yourself and hate life and hate everything. You have a lot of love to give. You are a compassionate person, but that love is absolutely fucking meaningless if you can't even extend it to yourself, because at that point it's just people pleasing and giving in hopes that you will be accepted. but the right people will accept you for who you are. You don't need to bend over backwards just to feel like it's okay to live and exist. That's so unfair to you. So unfair to you. Okay, so we're going to go into how you can love yourself now. So once again, I'm just going to clear this off and I will be right back. Okay, let's go ahead and finish this reading. I do want to say, like, you are such a badass for sitting through this reading, because I cannot imagine how difficult it is to hear these words. It's difficult to say them. But like, what makes you so lovable, first of all, is the fact that you've been brave enough to like listen to all of this, but also the fact that you have like the beautiful opportunity of discovering, there are so many parts of yourself that you haven't discovered yet that are so fucking lovable, and I can't wait for you to discover them, to uncover them, because you're gonna realize that you're just gonna see through the lies that your brain tells you that you're not lovable, and you're gonna be like, wow, I really am meant to be here. I really do bring value after all. It's like this beautiful, loving heart of yours that you deserve to give yourself the same love that you so freely give to other people, essentially, is the point of that. But okay, so let's get into this now, Spirit. How can pile 3 truly love themselves? Okay, we have the 2 of Cups. We have the Ace of Wands. If you do have a partner, I think one thing that would really help is, like, if they give you compliments and you're like, stop, no, I'm not that way, or like you like brush them off as not real, I feel like Spirit's saying that maybe you don't connect with your partner as deeply because you're afraid of true intimacy with them. But this could also be about being comfortable enough to be intimate with yourself so that you can be intimate with others. We have the Lovers coming out again. Yeah, I mean, love is a big part of... Okay, I thought my air conditioner was about to give me problems. I was about to talk some shit to her. Anyway, there's definitely a huge love component here. Let me finish shuffling these and then I'll... 2 of Swords. Queen of Wands. The Hermit. Now the back of the deck, we have the 5 of Wands. This 5 of Wands is coming right back out. Okay, let's look at your oracles now, and then we will get into it. So to start, we have Let Go. We have Inspiration and Courage. So we have a lot about, so one of your like keywords is inspiration, as far as I can see. We also have Forgive. Whether in person or in your mind, forgive and move forward. You're the only person you're hurting by holding on to, the only person you're hurting by holding on to this resentment is yourself. Yeah, like, actually last night, I can't believe I forgot about this, but I got a download, because I've had to do this reading in spurts, because it's been a lot of energy. I got a download that your reading was going to be about release, and I think that there's a lot of stagnant energy that you're ready to release. And forgiveness, I do want to say, is not necessarily about like allowing someone back into your life or saying that what somebody did is okay. It's just about taking agency over your energy and not allowing what someone else did to be to define you anymore, to take peace from your life, so to speak. We also have Believe in Yourself. You have the power to succeed just like everyone else does. And I love how similar this is to the Hermit. I love that. We also have Truth Be Told. We have massage. I'm gonna put this on top of here. I think there's also a need to let go of like always being right. Like you may have a need to always be right, and I think Spirit is saying like it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to not know things. It's okay to be unsure of yourself. The truth be told as well, I really think that we'll get into it. I'm like already ready to start channeling. I'm like fired up. We also have the Heart Eater. Where am I gonna put this? Okay, we'll put it there. And we have Noble, which makes a lot of sense with this truth be told energy. And finally, we have I forgive myself for assuming others need me to ensure they are provided for. I choose to believe that when I trust others to actively participate in the creation of their lives, I invest in a world where we are all empowered and see the true strength that exists in being. Can y'all say that? Yeah, yeehaw. Okay. And we also have, I forgive myself for neglecting others in an attempt to avoid being asked to share more than I feel I am capable of sharing. I choose to believe that when I am open and honest about what I am willing to give and when, I strengthen the bonds between myself and those that I love. Yeah, you're very afraid of disappointing people. And I think the thing is that like when you serve yourself, people are always going to be disappointed in some way. Not everyone. The people that are healthy for you are going to want you to do what's best for yourself. But for example, you know, unhealthy people will probably be upset when you set boundaries and say, hey, I can't do this thing because, well, you don't even need to give a reason. That's another thing. No is a complete sentence. But also I feel like you're running in circles trying to find the answer to some truth that I don't think you're going to find, because it's like, it's hard. This reading has been hard. Like your energy is challenging, and I don't mean that in a way that's like to shame you. I just mean it in like, I don't blame you for finding it very difficult to love yourself, because you're in a very difficult energy, and this is not an easy energy to get out of all on your own. I think this is an energy that really like can really be maddening at times and really just be exhausting and energetically draining. Like it's no wonder you just want to find some external relief from this energy, because it's very, very overbearing and hard to deal with. But the fact of the matter is that it's what you need to deal with. And I think when it comes to love, you need love, period. But I think Spirit is saying that you don't necessarily need romantic love in order to feel truly fulfilled. You don't need a partner in order to be fulfilled. What you truly need, you need to fight the parts of yourself that make you believe that you're not worth it. You need to fight back from the shitty experiences you've had and not give up. You need to keep fighting is what you need to do. Keep fighting the parts of yourself that tell you to just give up, because you're here for a very important reason. And with this Heart Eater card, it's like, I feel like you've just been subjected to this societal energy of, oh, love and emotions don't matter. And I think there's a need to stop torturing yourself in that way. Like, there's nothing shameful or wrong with wanting romantic love and wanting a happy partnership and things like that. There's nothing wrong with that. But there is something wrong with you shaming yourself for wanting it. I think that's not cool, because it's a very natural human thing to want. But I almost feel like you're so afraid of being disappointed by someone, or even if you are in a relationship, I think you're afraid of them hurting you. And so it's like you still like, it's like you you cage your heart in an attempt to protect it, but what you're doing is just stifling it even more. I do think there is a need to just care for your physical body more, like to make sure that you're drinking enough water, to work on mindfulness. But I also think that there is a need to be brutally honest with yourself, between truth be told and no bull, which this is all about. No bullshit, no telling yourself little white lies. And those little white lies can be that you're not good enough, that you're not going to succeed. There is a need to let go of what people told you is the truth and start embracing the idea that your truth is created by you, and that you don't have to be dictated by what somebody else thinks about you. That you don't have to abide by the rules that somebody else placed for you. What you need to do is to find the courage and inspiration to move forward in life and not give up. Because what I will say is that you would be really doing humanity a disservice if you weren't here. There's a reason why you are here. And I feel like a lot of you either don't know what that is yet, or even if you know what that is, because let's be real, the concept of a life purpose doesn't have to be around like a pursuit of something. I think our life purpose can change as we grow. Like my life purpose when I was like 5 was like playing Polly Pockets and watching Sagwa. Oh my god, I used to love that show. What was it? Sagwa. She was like I think she was a Siamese cat. That was a good show. I can't remember the full name of the show, so if you watch Sagwa, let me know what that show is called, because I can't remember. Dope fucking show. But anyway, your purpose will change over time. And I think that this deep yearning that you have for reciprocal, true, authentic love is a manifestation of your yearning to be seen and loved and validated by yourself. And I think Spirit is saying, if you're like, I've been manifesting love, I've been trying to manifest this beautiful energy into my life, and Spirit's saying, we want you to have that, but if we gave it to you right now, you wouldn't know what you had in front of you, because you wouldn't be able to receive that love. This is kind of a sidetrack, but this reading's already super long, so what does it matter at this point? So I was watching this TED Talk by Sue Klebold. She is the mother of one of the Columbine shooters, and her story, I would really highly recommend looking up her story if that's something that you find interesting. But at the end of her TED Talk, she says that if love was enough, then this wouldn't have happened. And I agree and disagree with her in that sense. People say that love isn't enough, and I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that we don't have enough love in its true, authentic, pure form in the world. Somebody can love you all they want, but if you don't believe that they love you, or you're not receptive to their love, it's not going to be beneficial or useful to you. And you can love someone all you want, but if they're going into an environment where they're faced with bullies and mean people and not things that are not loving, a little bit of love may not counteract that. But I guess the biggest point of what I'm trying to say is that as a society, we have a lot of distortions around what love really is. People say the words "I love you," but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true love. I always think of that Corinthians quote about love, it's patient, it's kind, it simply allows and gives. And these are things that you don't do to yourself. You're not very patient with yourself. You're not very kind to yourself. You don't forgive yourself when you make mistakes. You don't forgive yourself when you mess up. You don't forgive yourself when you think you're not doing enough. You don't praise yourself when you achieve. It's like, how can you love yourself when you've got like the Grinch inside of your head just telling you that you're horrible all the time? There's a real need to get out of your own way, because there's so much beautiful creations to, like, there's so much beauty to come from you. And it's like, you just need to unlock those parts of yourself again. And the thing is that it's again, it's not that you don't, a lot of these things I feel like you already know are there, but you're not aware of them, or you've forgotten about them. There's a real need to let go of the past and let go of the need to be right, to let go of the fear of messing up. There's a need to be brave and recognize that life's not going to be perfect. You're not going to be perfect. And there's also like, there's a need to just go within, like straight up just go within and let go of your conscious brain. I really think the biggest thing that you need to work on is mindfulness and getting a grip of what's going on in your mind, because our minds can easily, our minds are very malleable, and we can often not even realize how deep we are into a mental state until we get out of it and we reflect later. And I think that there's a need to let go of your past self, let go of what you've defined yourself by, let go of what you feel you should believe or what you feel you should do, and recognize yourself as a multidimensional being with strengths and flaws and wonderful qualities and things you can improve on. You are a soul having a human experience. Fixating on a small part of your shell, or who you choose, well, who you love, that's not really a choice, is it? But maybe you've been struggling with people who believe that it is a choice, and that's something where you need to let go of that, because you can't change what other people think, and it's not worth it. I mean, you can, but like a lot of times people don't want to do that. You know what I mean? There's a need to be more confident in who you are and recognize that if somebody doesn't like that, they can literally go anywhere else, do anyone else, do anything. Like they don't need to be there spreading negativity your way. And if they are, that just goes to show that you've triggered something within them that they are not yet capable of looking at them. I'm really struggling to talk, I'm not gonna lie. And I think that's because you really have been struggling to be honest with yourself about this. Like, because even then I still see myself redirecting to your external world. And it's like, I feel like you also push people that you care about away because you're afraid of disappointing them. And I think Spirit is encouraging you, like, if there's anyone that you love or that you miss, like, feel free to just send them a text that you're thinking of them or that you hope they're doing well. And like, most people understand at this point that we're all kind of going through it in our own ways, and like we don't always have time for everyone. But I also think that, once again, I think there's a part of you that's afraid to kind of go and within on your own, because maybe there's a part of you that wants people to need you, because if you're needed, then they won't abandon you or leave you. But the thing is that, like, if you always are in tune with yourself, then you never have to worry about somebody abandoning you. Because when you are kind to yourself and when you actually love yourself, you have a built-in cheerleader, you have a built-in support system, you have a built-in mother and father energies, of course, that are there to help protect you, help you discern what is right or wrong, help you nurture yourself, help guide you. And this is literally all within you. Like, you have so much more than you give yourself credit for. And I think it's not that you don't see it. It's that you haven't even looked in the direction of where it is. It's like you can't see it. You could see it, but it's like you want to keep your eyes closed. You don't want to look too deeply. It's like you're afraid of it's like a car almost. Like you're afraid of looking underneath the hood because you don't want to see how messed up the engine is. You know what I mean? But but pretending like there's no issues is not gonna fix anything. In fact, it's just gonna make your problems worse and make this energy more repressive and more difficult. You know, with this massage card, like the body really does keep track of things, and I bet there's a lot of tension that like needs to be worked through. I would say, like, if you want to do something for self-care, like a massage might be a great thing to look into. But once again, there's a huge aversion right now for you to be creative. Like, you don't want to be creative for some reason, but I think that is like a huge part of just who you are as a person. I feel like you need inspiration. You need to feel motivated. You need a reason to get out of bed, and I feel like you don't have one right now. Or if you do, it's not enough to like get you going. And I think it's because you're not inspired by life. You need to feel inspired. You need to feel like there's something you're going towards, but still be able to find peace in the moment. And I think you're so afraid of not finding someone who loves you, or not having it all, or having the perfect relationship. Well, you're never going to have the perfect relationship, so let go of that. No relationship is perfect. The same way no person is perfect. You know what I mean? But I definitely think there's this energy within you where you're so afraid that no one will ever love you, that you box yourself in with fear. And I think what Spirit's trying to get you to realize is that once you are actually able to love yourself, you'll realize how lovable you were all along. But there is a real need to spend some time on your own. You know, get off your phone, get off, like, truly go within and spend time with yourself, especially like alone in nature, or you know, like in water. Like if you can swim, if it's warm, or if you can take a shower or a bath, or just, I think water could be helpful. But you need to spend time with yourself. You need to go within and really start discovering who you are. Stop being afraid to discover who you are, because if you don't know who you are, you're going to constantly just be putting on other people's shoes that don't fit right, and you're going to wonder why you feel like you're not walking your path. And it's going to be because you're not wearing your shoes. Those are not your shoes to fill. Of course they're going to feel weird. Of course they're going to feel wrong. This guy doesn't even have any shoes on. And so maybe there's a need to recognize that you don't need to be anyone but yourself right now. And just figure out who that is. And be patient and kind to whatever you see. Don't judge and shame yourself. You know, if you judge and shame others, there's a real reason why you wouldn't want to look deeply within yourself, because you don't want to judge and shame those parts of yourself. But if you take yourself off that pedestal and just say, you know what, I'm flawed. I have problems. I am like every other person on this world, and I'm not perfect. You just take off those shoes, you know, humble yourself and just be who you are right now, instead of thinking about who you need to be or who you want to be, and recognize that the only version of yourself that exists is the version of yourself that you are right now. And I think Spirit is just really saying, like, you can be your greatest ally or your worst enemy, and it's all up to you. But you definitely need to be more confident in who you are. And it's hard to be confident in who you are if you don't even know who you are, or why you're here, or what you want. But it doesn't mean that you need to know why you're here. It doesn't mean you need to know that. It just means that maybe right now you need to be confident in the fact that you don't know who you are, but you're confident in the fact that you'll figure it out along the way, and that everything will be okay. There's a real need to start listening to your intuition instead of trying to find the answers internally. There's a need to be intimate with yourself, because you can't have a true intimate relationship with someone else if you're afraid to be intimate with you. And when you're intimate with yourself, will be better able to see if somebody else can be intimate with you. Because you may find that at this point in time, people are not very transparent with you. People are not very upfront with you, or people seem to be avoiding being intimate with you. And you maybe wonder why that is, but you may not realize that you're doing the same thing. I don't know. This is just a general reading, and I'm not gonna lie, like I'm struggling with this one just because, like, I want to just, like, tell you how amazing you are and, like, give you a hug and tell you that everything's gonna be okay, but that's not what you need. I think what you need is the permission to just stop trying to be perfect, and permission to take off that mask and be real with yourself. Stop lying to yourself and pretending like you're okay if you're not. Let go of the fact that, let go of the idea that you need to be a certain thing or that you have to play a certain role. You only need to be yourself. And that takes real courage, but you've got everything it takes to do that. And I think really more than anything, you need to be truthful about who you are. And that doesn't mean you need to be truthful about it to other people, but at the very least, you have to accept who you are. Because if you can't accept who you are, it's gonna make loving yourself a much, much bigger hurdle. And it might feel like the journey of self-love is not worth it, but that's only because you're sitting on the bottom of the mountain looking up. But once you start climbing, slowly but surely, you'll gain altitude and you'll gain more awareness. And one day you'll be on top of the mountain. And not only will you have the sense of accomplishment that you've come this far and climbed and persevered through so much, but you'll also have the awareness that you were always lovable to begin with. And I think that in a roundabout way, Spirit's showing you the truth, but you can only see the truth if you're open to it. And I think that there's a need to not look at things at face value, but look at things on a deeper level. You know, look beyond your physical looks. Look beyond what your financial status is. Look beyond what you're doing now and see yourself as a soul. I think that really the true key to getting started on your self-love journey is getting in touch with your soul. I will say I have this reading called Who Are You Really? And it goes deep into like your soul and stuff like that. So you may want to check that reading out. But really, the best way to start loving yourself is to start seeing yourself, your real self, not who you are right now, not what you physically look like right now, not what you're doing as an occupation right now, but to really see who you are, what lights you up, what makes you feel joy, what inspires you, what motivates you, what do you feel passionate about, what truly matters to you. Because I think one thing that Spirit is saying is that they want to give you that love just as much as you want it. But until you can see how lovable you truly are, or at the very least be receptive to the idea of someone loving you, of someone seeing all of your beauty, all of your perks and all of your flaws, like somebody seeing you holistically and realistically and loving you anyway, you have to be able to accept that and forgive yourself for not being perfect, because nobody is. I really think this perfectionist streak within you is one of the hardest things that you're going to have to, one of the biggest hurdles that you're going to have to overcome. But it's such a freeing thing once you get over that hurdle. And once you realize that you'll never be perfect and that you'll never satisfy everyone and that not everyone will like you and not everyone will understand you, and you realize that really all that matters are the people that do support you, that do understand you, that do lift you up, that do really care about you. Those are really the ones that matter. You don't need to pay any attention to the ones that don't. Let go of those people because they don't matter. You are just as valuable and just as lovable and just as important as every other human on this planet. And it doesn't matter what people say, if people told you that wasn't the case, if people told you that you weren't worthy of love, or if you told yourself that. Maybe both. But you and them are wrong. You are so worthy of love. But you have to get over the hurdle of believing that before you can truly start taking action to love yourself. So I think I'm going to go ahead and pull your gratitude cards now. We will be doing an extended, and in the extended we're going to be looking at blessings to come from loving yourself. So I'm really intrigued to see what's going to happen here. But I really do want to say I really hope this reading wasn't discouraging, because I don't want it to be discouraging. I want it to be freeing in the sense that you can let go of the illusions that are holding you back from the truth, so that you can start loving yourself authentically. Because only loving yourself if you succeed at a high level, or only loving yourself if you do XYZ, is not true self-love. It's not it, Chief. Okay. So let's get you some gratitude messages, because one thing that will help you and embody the energy of love is find more love in your everyday. Finding things to be grateful for in your everyday life definitely helps with self-love as well. Okay. So, Spirit, what does pile 3 need to be grateful for? Okay. Admire your own persistence. If you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. Thank you. MLKJR, Martin Luther King, the King, who is also last name King. This is pretty much essentially what I was saying, just much more eloquently put. You know, I'm so proud of you for not giving up. That is one part of you that is so lovable. The fact that you haven't given up, and I need you to double pinky promise me that you won't give up, because I need you to be here. There are wonderful gifts to tap into that I can't see because you refuse to let me see them. And that's probably because you haven't seen them yourself. But it's like, I can't even give you the full value of this reading because you're not open and aware to all the lovable parts of yourself. So we got to work on that first. And then we can do all the love, all the self-love. We also have conjure in your mind's eye a secret pleasure. Give thanks for the luxury of enjoying something that is yours alone. I love you as certain dark things are to be loved, in secret between the shadow and the soul. So maybe that's where you're at. And maybe part of this process is learning how to enjoy being on your own, enjoy being your own version of yourself, learning how to look at what the universe gave you and work with that instead of wishing you could be someone else. But I'm going to take this last card, and it says, there is pleasure in the pathless woods. And it says, spend some time thinking about a part of your life that has yet to be planned out. Remind yourself that to have an adventure ahead is a gift, and your life is full of possibility. Yeah, it's like you're wishing your life away, even though you haven't even really started truly living it yet. And it doesn't matter how old you are. Like, if you're not living in a way where you're taking inspired action and you're living authentically to what you want, you're not truly living if you're just going off of what other people want for you. If you're at that point, you're just existing for others, and Spirit doesn't want you existing for others. Spirit wants you loving life. You came from love, and that's where you're going to return to one day. But for now, there's no reason why you shouldn't try to access those feelings and energy of love in your everyday life. You deserve it just as much as anyone else. And you don't need a partner. You don't need anyone else to validate that for you other than yourself. And the more that you find refuge within yourself, the more you'll realize that you never needed other people in the first place to be whole and complete. But the sick joke is that once you get into that energy, you're gonna attract people to you like a moth to a flame. But pile 3, I feel really unsettled ending this reading because I feel like I haven't helped you at all. But I think that's kind of the point, because I think Spirit's whole point in this reading has been that this is your fight to fight. Nobody can fight this battle for you, and it's not going to be a quick fix. And you may need time to rest. You may need time to cry. You may need time to be angry before you feel ready to do this. But if you're in a truly loving state, you'll be patient and kind with yourself until one day you do have the energy to fight. And that will be a glorious day. And I promise you that you will be victorious. But you've got to stop shaming yourself for being human, because life's going to be very hard for you if you don't give yourself a break. So, pile 3. I'm going to read this card because I pulled it out, but I don't know if it's relevant. At the edge of the forest, thistles were attaching themselves to the fur of animals. What serendipity to hitch a ride to your future. Reflect upon the times that someone else or an outside circumstance changed your life out of the blue. How were you transported into your future? Give thanks for these acts of serendipity that the universe provides. So I am going to move things over to the extended now, pile 3. But if you are leaving me here, that is absolutely okay. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm sorry if this reading wasn't very helpful. But I hope that it gave you the answers that you needed, and at the very least redirected you to an energy closer to your truth. I'm sending you lots of love. If you're pile 3, you may want to comment, give some other pile 3s some support. But we are going to see what blessings are to come from loving yourself. So definitely feel free to check that out if you want. But like I said, if you're leaving me here, that's absolutely okay. If you would like to support me in this channel, you can watch my ads. So thank you to everybody who does that. You can like this video. You can comment down below. Let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. You can check out my merch. You can check out my social media. Just do be aware there's lots of scammers impersonating me. So just be careful. If the social media account is not linked below this video, linked on my channel, it's not mine. If you follow me on Instagram, you'll have like at least 3 scammers follow you pretending to be me, trying to ask you for personal readings. So just a reminder, I'm not doing personal readings. But that's all I have for you guys, pile 3. I'm really sorry. This couldn't be more helpful, but I really appreciate you hearing me out, and I'm sending you love. I got a lot of love for you, and Spirit does too. And I just can't wait for you to see what we can see, because once you can, because there's so many things that we can't see because you can't see it yet. And I can't wait for you to discover how amazing you truly are, and discover the worth that has always been within you. So, yeah, that's all I have to say. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video. And I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye. Hi there, pile 4. Thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Rose Quartz Swan in the 8th House Tarot, this is going to be a reading on the very simple answer on how to love yourself. So to start, we are going to look at why you are already lovable. You guys got a ton of extra cards, so it'll be interesting to see what we have going on here. So to start, we have the Siren. We have authority. The frequency of authority reminds us that true authority is powerful, directed, and realized, yet receptive, wise, and loving. And then we also have do something for someone. Give your attention to another. Let's see. We also have energy field, get back what you put into the universe, manifestation, attraction, momentum. We have angelic light body and serenity. We also have salmon. I just heard in my head, I didn't want salmon. I said it 4 times. Shout out to the movie Step Brothers. We also have firefly. And then finally, we have fool. I'm also hearing that song by Evanescence, Everybody's Fool, I think it's called. It's like it's not one of their popular bangers, but I think it still bangs. And finally, we have spotted lanternfly. Well, pile 4, I must say, I adore this energy. I really do. You rock. You really do. I want to start with this spotted card, because this spotted lanternfly card, because obviously it's very beautiful. But for some reason, when I looked at it, I heard in my head like Kristen Bell's voice as Gossip Girl being like, spotted lanternfly on the steps of the Met. I don't know, being a judgmental teenager. Well, okay, so what's interesting is that this card actually represents, so Gossip Girl could be significant, but I thought it was interesting because that show used to really stress me out. I never got past the 3rd season because, like, there was just too much drama for me. Like, I just wanted to see one nice day on the Upper East Side where everyone got along and was nice to each other. But I guess that doesn't make for good TV. But, you know, I definitely feel like for some of you, there was a time where maybe you were, like, I feel like you've really grown as a person, pile 4, and that's the first thing that's really lovable about you. I feel like you haven't always been as kind and compassionate as you are now, because the vibe that I'm kind of getting is that, you know, maybe you were the type of person who was more surface level, or maybe more judgmental or something like that, and you may not, like, you may be somebody that just dealt with those types of energies, but you could have also been that energy. And I feel like that's something that you feel ashamed of. And something that I want to say is that there's really nothing to be ashamed about, especially if you've, like, grown beyond that and changed. Like, that's really what matters. None of us is perfect. And I mean, obviously, if there's, like, if you feel guilt towards people, you can always, like, you know, I just heard like pass the olive branch, but, like, I don't think you pass an olive branch. Do you offer it? I don't know. You know, you can forgive yourself for actions that you took when you didn't know any better. Mistakes as a concept are just really, like, actions that didn't have an outcome that you wanted. So, and there's always learning lessons from them. So were they really mistakes? I think it was part of your path. Whether it was part of your path to be a more shallow person, or part of your path to be shunned and shamed by shallow people, maybe both. You're not that person anymore, pile 4. In fact, you're the opposite. You go deep. You dive really deep. And I think for some of you that came here, especially if you would resonate with maybe being more, and even if like maybe you were always deep, but you only valued, like, the shallow parts of yourself, or you thought those were, like, the only parts that mattered. Like, maybe you were just very concerned about your appearance and nothing else, or, like, something like that. But from what I can see here, you know, I think you've always been attractive. Can we just, like, talk about that? Like, you're definitely physically attractive. Even if you wouldn't think, even if you wouldn't say that yourself, I think other people think that. For some of you, you definitely have, like, a really, like, calm, soothing voice, or like a really beautiful singing voice, or just a nice voice to listen to. You can have like a radio voice. I also feel called to say, because I keep getting pulled back to the energy of a past self that you're not proud of, even if it's not the one that I described. It certainly doesn't have to be. There's a need to know that that's not the true you, because if it was the true you, you would still be that way. That was just a phase that you were in, meant to teach you that living that sort of life is not fulfilling, is not productive, is not authentic to who you are. And I think truthfully, you've kind of realized that not all that glitters is gold. And I think that your priorities of what truly matters have really shifted. And yeah, with the Fool card here, like, I definitely think that, like, there's this bittersweetness to having such a deeper awareness of yourself and the world, because on one hand, you feel freer in this place that is more expansive than where you once were. But it's like you have to look at parts of yourself that you may not be very proud of, and you might be really uncomfortable with that. But I feel like that's really important, because I think it also humbled you in a way that you needed to be humbled, a slice of humble pie, if you will. But I think you may actually be overly harsh on yourself. You know what I mean? There's a need, like, you know how beginning bowlers, they have the guardrails up? It's kind of like Spirit saying, like, we never let you stray too far off the path to, like, do any real damage. But, like, you may be conflating just how awful you think you were. I wouldn't use that word. That's just the word that's flowing through me right now. It's probably the word that you would use. But I think that you are punishing yourself more than you need to. You know, one thing that is lovable about you is that you truly do want to hold yourself accountable for your past self and past energies. But there's a need to be aware of the fact that you can't punish yourself forever, because that is something right there that will inhibit you from self-love. You know what I mean? You know, you are lovable despite your mistakes, and you are lovable, even more lovable, because you're not only aware of those mistakes, but you're striving to do better and be better, and it shows that you are. I think that phase really taught you to be more empathetic. I think that you've always had the capacity to connect with people deeply, and maybe you always did, but you just didn't really value it. Because I think now you're seeing the true value and diving deep with somebody else. And I mean, a lot of people are attracted to you. Oh, and maybe that's part of it too. Maybe even if you were never, like, a very unkind person or something like that, you may have been, like, attracted to very shallow things. And even though you were very deep, it's like you were attracted to things that glittered, but were like, there was nothing of substance. And that actually caused real damage, like maybe in your self-esteem or how you saw yourself. And I think you've learned from those mistakes. Like, now you can recognize, like, red flags in situations and people experiences that you don't want to have and that you don't want to repeat. Like, you're not somebody who repeats the same mistakes over and over and over. And you're actually more of a firefly. You're not a lanternfly. And I think that you are so much more invested in shining your light now than you are in any negative energies. And I think as a result, you've become a lot more empowered. And I think because you have taken so much responsibility to improve yourself, you do just feel so much more like a boss. Like, I just heard that song, like, I'm a boss. Like, I don't know. I think there's a lot of songs that say that, actually. So pick whichever one you want that says that. But with the salmon card here, that's all about following your intuition and swimming upstream. We also have a lot of, like, fish energy, so shout out to my Pisces placements. You know, I think the cool thing about Pisces is the fact that the sign has such a duality to it. Like, it's like the meme, I can be your angel, like, or your devil. um, which of course they're saying I can be your angel or your devil. Because not only are you mutable to the energies around you, but you can actually amplify energies to an extreme. You have a pretty intense energy, and you feel things intensely, and I think that's part of why maybe you kind of shut your emotional body down for a while, because there definitely is a part of you where it was just too exhausting to feel that much all the time, and so it was kind of something you did out of necessity. But now that you're reawakening to who you are, I think you're realizing maybe how much you missed out on truly connecting with others. I feel like you're either for the first time in an energy or back in an energy that is very compassionate and empathetic towards others, and in a healthy way where you're able to hold space for other people but not to the detriment of your own well-being. I also think that you just have a much healthier flow than you used to. And I think that's because you stop trying to control life and just instead are flowing with the current of life. But what's really interesting is that not entirely, because, you know, salmon swim upstream, right? They say, fuck that, I'm going back to my birthplace. Like, whatever, I do what I want. Like, have you ever seen that South Park episode? It's like Cartman goes on Maury, and it's really funny. But yeah, with the salmon, they're kind of saying, whatever, I do what I want. And they swim upstream anyway, and they follow their intuition. And it's like, and I feel like you're kind of in this energy of where even if everything around you is telling you to do the opposite, like nobody agrees with what you're doing, or nobody is supportive of you, or it feels like the odds are against you, like you're following your gut now. You're actually following what your intuition tells you, and it's heading you home. It's helping you head home. It's helping you head exactly where you need to go. So for those of you that are moving or looking to move, this is a good sign to trust your intuition about like properties and stuff. And when it comes to that also, if you catch yourself, like after you've seen a place or even just like looked at a place online, if you catch yourself like visualizing yourself in that place, that could be a good sign that maybe that's somewhere you're meant to head. But I think that you have a lot more confidence in yourself, and here's a beautiful thing, like you're a leader, and there's a difference between a leader and a boss. Even though I just said a little bit earlier you're a boss, you know, boss energy can be kind of like emperor in reversed energy. It can be domineering, demanding, lack compassion, can be cruel, it can be not very understanding, it can be selfish. And truly positions of power, I think, reveal who people truly are. And it's really interesting, like I'll just, for example, like working retail, give a person in their early 20s a set of store keys, and man, they can be cruel. And it's like, bro, we're selling clothes, like but that's just life. Like, you know, that's people do different things with power. And even if it's a very, very small increment of power, it's their power, and they'll abuse it if they want to. But you don't do that. And even if you did in the past, you certainly don't anymore. You've learned from those mistakes. That's such a big thing. Like the fact that you're malleable and you're constantly growing, and you're never holding on to a fixed idea of who you are or a fixed role of who you need to be. You're learning to find serenity and peace in everyday moments, and trust in the flow of life, and not feel like there's a destination that you have to be at, that every day is just unfolding, and your life is unfolding in front of you every day, and like you don't need to be on edge wondering what will be all the time. I also think that if you don't consciously identify with the term light worker, I think you probably do unconsciously, because I think that you're just committed to being a better person. I think that if you were like a person that you weren't proud of in the past, I think that there's an extra deep motivation within you to be a light in the world, and to not contribute to any more negativity and bad energy, because there's plenty of it in spades, right? I think what's so lovable is the fact that you just genuinely want to do better. You're like a good human, in the sense that you just want to do good and be good. You don't want to do harm. And I think maybe you've just been going through the process of being mature enough to empathize with others and sacrifice your need for immediate gratification. You know what I mean? And I think now that you're in a much more positive energy, you're getting tons of positive energy back towards you. And I think that this is just a really beautiful thing. I think that you're a really beautiful person. And, you know, we need to go through things like this in order to grow and become better people. And it's important to remember that you're not defined by who you are in the past. You're defined by what you choose to do with the future, with the present, you know? I think one big thing that you already need to do is forgive yourself for what you didn't know, and forgive yourself for being human, and forgive yourself for succumbing to behaviors you wouldn't now. You needed to succumb to them so that you could ascend beyond them. You're doing wonderfully, and you need to know that the universe is genuinely very proud of you. You have character, you have grit, and that's incredibly lovable. It makes you so much more real. And it makes you someone with wisdom and experience, and somebody worth trusting, and somebody worth following. That's what leaders do. So let's go ahead and look at what your needs are, because I'm sure that they have evolved in time. So I'm going to switch these cards out, and I will be right back. Okay, we're going to give these a good shuffle, and then we're going to get into the next portion of the reading. Totally realized there's massive stain on my sweatshirt. Love that for myself. Hopefully that wasn't too noticeable. But yeah, I really like your energy, pile 4. And I think that this stone is so perfect for you guys, because, you know, you really have blossomed, like, whether it's literal or metaphorical, from, you know, the ugly duckling to the beautiful swan. And it's like you're beautiful inside and out. And I think that, you know, it's true beauty in the sense that you're not like, you didn't take any shortcuts to get where you are now. Let's just say that. Okay, so let's see. Spirit, what does pile 4 need in order to love themselves? Yeah. Okay, so we have the Page of Wands. And we have the 6 of Swords. I'm not surprised to see that. We have the 5 of Swords. What else, Spirit? We have the 5 of Cups in reverse. We have the Ace of Cups upright, and then I've got one more card that I'm feeling on the bottom. I'm just gonna grab this Ace of Cups. Let's see what's on the bottom. Ah, the Page of Cups. Oh, and Justice. Okay. I think that that is meant for you as well. Okay, let's look at your oracles now too. So to start, we have message from afar. Hey, we have Archangel Michael with the first chakra. Happy to have you here, King. We also have surrender. We have the Lovers. We have blind. We have compulsive behaviors. Identify your internal feelings. What are you looking to control or feel for the moment? And finally, we have truth. So I think the last card that we started with is the first card that we need to talk about, because even though it's just a little rectangle guy, he holds a lot of powerful energy in his tiny little card hands. This truth card, I think, is actually the most important thing in terms of your needs. And this is not a temporary need. This is 100% a foundational need. And actually, I do think that a lot of your needs at this time are temporary. I think you're still discovering what your foundational needs are. Or you may already meet a lot of your foundational needs, and your self-love is really just something that is already established and something you're working on, but maybe it just needs to be fine-tuned or built upon. But I think the most important thing for you is that you need to be able to live in your truth, and not just acknowledge your truth, but be your truth. With the first chakra here, Archangel Michael especially, there's a need to protect what your truth is and allow it to ground into the physical realm. So, for example, this is going to be a silly example, but like, let's say that, okay, we're just going to copy the plot of Ice Princess. Let's say that your mom wants you to go to an Ivy League school and you just want to be a figure skater. And, you know, you work to do both because you want to please your mom, but you also love figure skating. Shout out to my physics king and queens out there. Don't know how you do it. But anyway, I can't even remember the entire plot to that movie. I'm pretty sure she doesn't go to the school though. I'm pretty sure that she chooses the ice, and that's why it's called Ice Princess. But essentially, in that movie, Michelle Trachtenberg, oh my god, that is actually a common theme though. Gossip Girl and Ice Princess, Michelle Trachtenberg is in both. But I know in Gossip Girl she plays a girl named Georgina. So that might be significant. But anyway, like I was saying, you need to live your truth. So in the example of Ice Princess, you need to allow yourself to figure skate and let Ivy League school come second. Figure it out. I don't know. It was a dumb example. I got way too invested in it anyway. I guess, I don't know, maybe it was for the actress connection. I don't know. But you can't just know what your truth is in your head and then continue to live a life that doesn't align with it. I think that's what got you to separate from your old way of living in the first place. And I think that you may struggle with the idea of your past self. And I think there's one thing that you need to be aware of is that you were the version of yourself that you needed at the time. But that you don't need to continue that. You may also think the worst of people because you've seen the worst of people, and you may have even at one point in time been what you considered the worst people. I'm not gonna say that because I don't know, and that's not my judgment call to make. But there's a need to let go and stop beating yourself up about the past. Release the past. This Six of Swords is all about forward movement, moving on to what's next, and, finding relief and refuge. There's a real need to be more playful in your life and to have more fun. Between the Page of Cups and the Page of Wands, I think there's a need for you to explore yourself creatively more, and explore your feelings more. So I also got a message too. If you're already married or you're already in a relationship, I think there's a need to prioritize emotional connection within that relationship, and there's a need to have a balanced give and take there. So that's something that you want to be aware of. If you're not in a relationship, I think that is something that if you are searching for a relationship, or something that you want to be aware of, like if you are in a relationship, those are your needs. And to have a solid sense of self-love, you need to feel like there are opportunities to connect with this person and feel like there's an equal give and take, and that you both are kind of on the same level in terms of how you feel about yourselves, in terms of how you see each other, and needs to be harmonious. And I think that there, in general, you have a need for harmony. But I think you find harmony through chaos. And I think what you've been realizing is that you can't control life, and so you have kind of just been slowly but surely surrendering things that you can't control anymore. But I think it's interesting that we have blind, and then we have the truth, and there's 3 stars here, because I think that you've definitely had a spiritual awakening of some kind, or an ego death of some kind, or maybe even both. But I think there's a need to have empathy for the parts of yourself that couldn't see your truth or the truth before. And I think there's also a need to forgive yourself for impulsivity. I don't know if you have like a lot of like maybe Aries placements or Gemini placements. But the Page of Wands, I think, is definitely impulsive. But there's nothing wrong with like having a little bit of fun as long as it's within reason. I think that there needs to be some sort of practical anchor in your life that keeps you grounded to reality, because I do think it's easy for you to like get distracted, or just kind of shift your mental perspective in a direction maybe that you don't want to be in, and it might take you like a week or something to get back out of it. And so I think being grounded really helps you stay aligned with your true nature. With this message from afar, I definitely think that this actually isn't the definition of the card, but I really get the vibe that you need to feel connected to others, or you need to feel connected to spirit. So if you're rediscovering your spiritual self, for example, one of your needs may be to prioritize stillness or connect with spirit more in a way that aligns with what you enjoy doing. Or this could just be the desire to talk to people that you care about, whether they be a long distance relationship, long distance friends, if you moved and like all of your friends are far away or something like that. I could see that like one of your needs is just, even if you are not around your loved ones, to feel connected to them no matter what. But I also think this message from afar is your need to follow your soul's true path. It's like there's no way to deny what your path is. Like there's no way to deny where you're meant to go, because it's like it feels playful, it feels fun, it feels light, it feels like you can move forward. But there may be some like guilt and shame around following your path, because maybe you have to sacrifice other relationships, or maybe you have to sacrifice what other people want for you. And I think that there's a need to not let that affect you, because it's your life to live, and you don't want to look back and think about the fact, oh wow, I sure had a great time living the life that others wanted for me. That was lit. Like, glad I have all of these unresolved dreams and ambitions that I'll never get to address in this lifetime. Yeehaw. Like, I don't know. I don't think you want to be in that energy. And so I think that like in terms of your needs, I think there's a need to just be more playful and creative, and get out of your serious energy. You may want to look into like Syrian star seeds or like Syrian energy, or the star Sirius could be significant, or maybe listen to Sirius XM, I don't know. But with the Page of Cups, I definitely think too that there's a need just for well, it's the Page of Wands and the Page of Cups. It's like this need for passion and playfulness and joy and sweetness. I think your psychic abilities are starting to develop, and you're starting to feel more confident in your creativity. Like you're in the process of developing. Like Jake the dog says, you know, sucking at something is the first step to being sort of good at something. I think you're in the process of being sort of good at something. And I think you're in the process of being sort of good at interpreting what you get psychically, because everybody has psychic abilities. It's just the level of them is varied based on the person, you know, and the way your brain perceives things. So like, for example, if you don't visualize things, you're probably not clairvoyant, you know what I mean? But you're probably you could probably be like one hell of a clairaudient or claircognizant, you know what I mean? Like, anyway, I think there's a need to be able to connect with people that resonate with you on a deep level now. It's almost like there's this energy of feeling like you're making up for lost time. Like you may have woken up one day and just realized that the people sitting in front of you, you're like maybe you've known them for a long time, but you're like, I don't even really know who they are. Or like, I don't feel connected to them in any way or something like that. Or you may also have found that you invested time and energy into connections, and then people weren't as honest or weren't as invested as you were, and that could have been particularly painful. But I think there's a need to find ways to access your emotional body and dive deep, because I think that maybe you avoided it for a long time, and now that you're free to explore those parts of you, they're still exciting and a little bit new and a little bit foreign, but at the same time so calming and so enlightening, and they really help you have a much more balanced perspective of the universe. And I think this is aligned with where you're truly meant to be. Like you were always meant to align with that perspective. But overall, there's just a need to be lighter to yourself, to be kinder to yourself, and to move forward and not let the past be what defines you, you know? Stop putting the 5 of Swords in front of the 6 of Swords, you know? The 6 of Swords comes after the 5 of Swords. You're allowed to move beyond the pain of the past and the mistakes of the past. You don't need to be bound there. It doesn't really exist anymore. So the only person keeping you bound to that place is yourself. Okay, so we're gonna look at how you can meet your needs now. So I'm gonna go ahead and clear this out, and I will be right back. Okay, let's give these one more good shuffle. Then we will dig into how to meet your needs. I will say, like, you should really give yourself a pat on the back, because I think that you've done a lot of that work on your own already. It's like, I'm just doing, like, maintenance almost. I'm just like changing your oil, you know what I mean? Just helping you refresh the self-love routine a little bit. Even if it's newer, you're better at it than you think you are. It's almost like you were always meant to love yourself. Crazy, right? Okay, so let's see. Spirit, how can Pile 4 love themselves more? Aha! 6 of Wands. We have the King of Wands. We have the 10 of Cups. This is really beautiful so far, I'm not gonna lie. We have the 8 of Wands. We have the World. We have the Queen of Pentacles. And on the back of the deck, we have the Tower. It's underneath the Tower. Interesting. That makes sense. Don't worry, this is actually a really good tower. I know it seems like a really bad tower, but It's actually a really good tower, but let's continue. So we also have soul writing, which, first of all, I love how similar these two cards look. And second, writing could definitely be an important part of your purpose, because in the last card too, we had that Page of Wands with the typewriter. We also have accept love. Oh, I almost want to put that there. We also have divine timing. Everything will make sense soon. Trust that the timing of your life is being taken care of by your angels and the universe. We also have surrender again. Trust, yeah, the universe is like, can you just trust us, please? Like, we love you. We want to do amazing things for you. Trust that the universe is working behind the scenes for you. Your manifestations will materialize when you truly surrender. Yeah, I feel like you guys are on the cusp of something. This is very cuspy energy, I'm not gonna lie. We also have Treasure Island. Hydrate, which is another 9. Hydrate or dihydrate, if you know what I mean. Actually, yeah, we'll put Miss Hydrate underneath Treasure Island, because it'll look like, and see now it looks like she's the water that's going into the island. Art. See, look how easy art is. I just used someone else's art to make more temporary art. We also have the All-Knower. We have sitting on top of the world. We have, I forgive myself for allowing others to dictate who I should be and how I should express myself. I choose to believe that the unique expression of my truest self in each moment makes possible the expansion into all existing aspects of who I am becoming. And we also have, I forgive myself for feeling as though I need to prove that I am good enough to receive that which I desire. I choose to believe that I am innately worthy and my worth is not dependent on the way that I show up or the extent to which I share with the world. Okay, I got like major butterflies as I was reading that card. And I think it's because, like, you know how I said, like, this energy is quite cuspy. And I think it's because Spirit's saying, like, you're this fucking close to your manifestations, bro. Like, I can't even, like, this close. Like, the things that you have been, if you've been scripting, if you've been wanting this, if you've been writing this down, Spirit's like, you've got it. Just let go of control. That's all you need. Like, we are at the end of a cycle. And I think the first thing that you need to do is celebrate how far you've come. And actually genuinely applaud yourself. Like, no, don't be like, oh yeah, it is really awesome. No, like, fucking pop a bottle of champagne if you're allowed to drink. And, like, well, not that you have to. You don't have to drink. I'm just that's a celebratory thing. You know what I mean? Like, you deserve to actually celebrate yourself. And, like, accept that love. Accept that kindness. Accept the people that are supporting you. And accept the fact that other people want to love you and that you're a lovable person. With this King of Wands here, Spirit is trying to get you to realize that, one, you're definitely meant to evolve your fire energies. Going from the Page to the King, Spirit is asking you to develop your connection to your spiritual side. You know, the Wand suit is the suit that is most naturally connected to spiritual energy, source energy. And the King of Wands is badass. You know, he is a doer. He is somebody, he's funny. He is passionate about what he believes in. He is courageous. He stands up for what's right. He follows his own intuition. He is proud of his accomplishments. He does not, you know, I was hearing submit to lower energies. I don't know what Spirit means by that. So I'm just going to leave that up to interpretation, or you can just discard it altogether. But, like, these good things that keep coming into your life or that are trying to come into your life are not being brought into your life so that they can be ripped away. They're being brought into your life because that's what you asked for and that's what you deserve. you need, in order to love yourself, you need to allow yourself to be open to true emotional fulfillment and happiness, love. If this is about maybe being more open to romantic love or just self-love, being open to loving energies and taking action towards loving yourself. Like, it's really like not that difficult. It's more just about like giving yourself a break, being kinder to yourself, and recognizing that you learned the lessons you needed to from your past, and you don't need those past energies anymore. You don't need to shame yourself for them. You don't need to worry about them. Because with the Tower here, Spirit's saying, like, we got rid of your old foundation for a reason, and it's time to build a new one, a fresh one. Yeah, the Hierophant. And you're meant to do it in a way that is spiritual, in a way that you connect with your higher self. And it is a bit more, maybe more practical than your original path, or maybe things are more serious this time around than you're used to. But there's a lot of freedom in this discipline and seriousness. You know, when you let go of caring, or maybe it's the fear of what very traditional people will think of what you're doing. But if you love yourself, it won't matter, because nothing is more valuable than your own inner peace and truly believing that you're this shit, because you are. I do think you need to drink more water though, so be aware of that. I don't know if anyone has this app. I have it. I ignore all the notifications, so it's not very useful to me, but I have this app called Plant Nanny that I use to track my water, PLANT space NANNY. Well, I use it when I do remember to track my water, because ADHD. A planner, a tracker is not really useful when you forget to use the thing. Yeah, like anyway. But like, you don't need a planner here. Spirit's saying, like, you need to stop living your life according to some regimented, restricted idea of who you're meant to be or what other people want you to be. You're already aware of that, and you've already been striving towards that. It's like, you just need to stop shaming yourself for wanting that and going after that, because you're already headed in that direction. It's like you're walking this way, but your head is turned behind you, and it's like, oh man, I'm such a piece of shit for doing what I love. Like, I really shouldn't do that, even though the other part of you is like, hey man, we're having a good time over here. Like, there's a need to just be in full alignment with yourself and recognize that this is your path. And if other people have a problem with that, then fuck them. With peace and love. Fuck them. Like, they don't... It's your life. Do what you want. It's your life, and you'll be happy and love yourself if you want to. You don't need to conform to what society thinks you should do, because you're not going to love that. And I think what you're realizing now is that you don't need to prove your worth. Like, you're already good enough. And I think truly the universe is just trying to get you to realize that you don't need to do anything else to receive your manifestations. You just need to keep doing you and surrender and trust that they're coming. Like, you have nothing else to prove. You have come so far, and you have learned so much and grown so much. You're so much more evolved than you were when you started this journey, and there's a need to stop shaming yourself for things that you have ascended beyond and have learned from. There's just no reason to have it. There's a need to recognize that you're allowed to have good things, and that even though you're a flawed person, just like every other person on the entire planet, you deserve blessings and good things too. And you're not meant to stay small forever. I think that really beautiful things are coming into your life, and Spirit's really confirming that with Treasure Island. Like, even if you can't see it, if you can feel it, you need to trust it. And if you can feel it, I mean, a lot of these cards were talking about your intuition, and with the All-Knower card here, Spirit is not only encouraging you to trust your intuition more, but to welcome the multi-dimensional aspects of your personality. You're being challenged to let go of any limiting roles or labels that you have for yourself, to just deconstruct everything that you've constructed around yourself and look at yourself as just purely human, as a human that has needs. Like, you need to feel loved, you need to feel safe, you need to feel inspired, you need to feel, period. You need to feel. I think that's one of the, I think that you were so turned off emotionally for a long time. It was easy to lose sight of how you made others feel because your empathy was turned off. But now that it's been turned on again, you're revisiting situations and seeing it from other perspectives, and that might be slightly horrifying to you. But the thing is that forgiveness is a beautiful thing. And, you know, if you want to work through things, I think things can be worked through. And it's clear that you've grown and you've learned. And people and relationships worth salvaging, if there's been issues, like, the other person will forgive you, and you will ascend beyond it and grow beyond it, and you won't repeat those same cycles, and it'll just be a lesson. And as a result, you'll have a more healthy and harmonious relationship. You know, all connections, romantic, platonic, business, family, they have their ups and downs. They have blessings and challenges and difficulties and serendipitous moments. I feel like the word of the day has been serendipity, but there's a need to zoom out about what's really important and recognize that you don't give yourself enough credit for how far you've come, for how much you're doing, for how much you've done, and to recognize how much you've built yourself up. I mean, you really are quite impressive already. And the fact that you have worked so hard to become a person that you can be proud of just goes to show, like, what a fucking fantastic person you are. And nobody can take that away from you. Like, nobody. If other people want to hang out in the past, that's their business. But that's not the world that you have to live in, and it's not the world that you will live in. Because the King of Wands also is somebody that asserts his will in his world. Doesn't mean that you're he, it just means that King of Wands is, which is why I'm saying he. But we have a lot of Leo and Pisces energy. We also have Scorpio, Taurus, and Aquarius, which we've had a lot of as well. A lot of fixed energy. And maybe that's been one of the most challenging things, is that you've had a lot of your, like, a lot of things, a lot of structures in your life have just been, you know, broken down. What's this blue card I feel drawn to? We have the Star. I love that. Yeah, the Knight of Swords. It's like you see the truth now. Oh, and we have the Queen of Cups. That makes sense. That's the card that I was looking for, but this one wanted to come out. Yeah, I think that like, you have no problem speaking your truth, but I do think that you need to cut through any negative thoughts that you have, because they just slow you down. But with the Queen of Cups here, I really do think, especially with the Queen of Cups and the Queen of Pentacles, there's a need to be in your feminine energy more, in the sense of just, like, you know, mothering yourself. Like, what do you need? Like, are you eating enough? Like, taking care of your physical needs, and then also just nurturing your emotional needs, or being around people that can help you nurture your physical and emotional needs. Because the thing is too, is like, you know, you obviously can't fulfill all of your needs all the time, but you can choose people that fulfill needs as well. So, like, if you have a good friend, or your partner is somebody that really helps balance you out emotionally, or really helps take care of you in that way, you know, you can offload maybe some of the need to fulfill that yourself, and put that there, and then put more energy towards loving another part of yourself that maybe needs more energy. You know what I mean? It's like you can balance and redistribute how you meet your needs. You don't have to keep things the same way. And I think maybe your only struggle, like, with all that fixed energy, is that you may get stuck in patterns, and you may be unaware of what's not working for a little while, because maybe, like, you're out of touch with how your, like, regiments and routines are affecting you. And then it's only until, like, it gets to the point where it's really noticeable that it's affecting you, that then you realize you need to change something. So I think there's maybe just a need to be more present and aware of your day-to-day just energy, and see how your habits, routines, and patterns help or hurt you. But really, like, honestly, I feel like I don't even need to say that much, because you're doing it yourself, and like you're headed there. I think there's just you just need to believe that you are worthy of love, and that you are worthy of what you're working towards, and that your past is not something that you need to be. You know what this is like? This is like the Black Plague. I know, because I was there. Just kidding. Obviously, that was hundreds of years ago. But during the Black Plague, obviously, there was a lot less of an understanding about, like, you know, bacteria and shit. Like, I don't even think there was an understanding of bacteria back then. But that doesn't mean that humans still didn't try to come up with explanations for why this devastating plague sweeping Europe was happening. Because, to be fair, if you were there, you would think it was apocalyptic too. I mean, it was really fucked up. But anyway, a lot of people were whipping themselves in the streets to absolve their sins because they thought that the plague was punishment from God. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's kind of like that's what you're doing. Like, you know, the plague was a really, really horrible thing. And we can't blame the people from what, the 1400s? Or was it 1200s? I think it was 13 or 14. But I could be off. My history minor, I got that a little while ago. I haven't taken a history class in a while. But anyway, you know, you can't blame them for doing what they did, because it's obvious, like, yeah, it's extreme, it's kind of crazy, and people now would say, what, that's what you did? But they didn't have any knowledge of sanitation or how disease was carried or things like that. So of course they just thought it makes sense. And to think that you know, it affected them that deeply, that there were people literally whipping themselves in the streets trying to get this thing to end. And I think Spirit is saying, you know, you can't whip yourself for what you didn't know in the past. You can't blame yourself for that. But now that you know, doesn't it seem a little bit silly to whip yourself for something that you're aware is just a natural part of the process of being human and growing and evolving? It's like, you don't need to punish yourself more. That is human. You're not... God, Spirit, the universe does not benefit from you punishing yourself further. The universe loves you, and they just want you to see that and love yourself too, so that you can actualize your true potential and manifest the life that you want for yourself. I think really the biggest hurdle towards unconditional love for self is exercising the belief that you truly do deserve good things, and that it's okay to be human, it's okay to be flawed, and that it's okay to grow and learn, and that you are not your past. So before we head into the extended and look at your blessings to come, I'm really excited to look at them because it seems like there's some good shit coming your way. We're going to finish off with some gratitude messages just to see what Spirit wants you to know. Finishing off, let me give this one more good shuffle. Okay, well, that card wants to come out. Reflect on your ups and downs over time. It has been quite a journey. What can you offer to others today as they move through the same waters? Yeah, this is literally like just a much better... I find that the advice at the end of these is always just kind of what I was saying, but much more eloquently put in much less words. Hopefully I'll get there. But the quote says, fall 7 times and stand up 8, and it says it's a Japanese proverb. But yeah, Spirit is really saying... And I think it's interesting because that they say, what can you offer to others today as they move through these same waters? So it's like, now that you've learned from these mistakes, you can offer the same guidance and wisdom to people not there yet, to people going through what you were going through. You'll be able to see through a lot of energies that maybe you didn't see before. And yeah, you really just need to pat yourself on the back for how far you've come, because it is quite impressive. And yeah, I'm proud of you. Yeah, take a moment to appreciate a small success. Every moment is sacred. And we have a quote from Henri Matisse, and it says, there are always flowers for those who want to see them. I agree with that. We also have praise yourself for being able to praise, for waking up when you had every reason not to. And then this says, summon a dream you had that did not come to fruition. There is a new opportunity to be gained with each one we let go. Only with darkness can we find our light. Exactly. Like Spirit's really saying you had to be in this darkness so that you could see the light. And now that you have, you can bear that light and share it with others. And finally, we have, what good did you have in your life today? How can you bring the awareness of these things forward? Think of a ritual tomorrow that will remind you of your happiness today. Acknowledging the good that you already have in your life is the foundation for all of abundance. Yeah, so Spirit's really saying, like, you just need to acknowledge this good more and trust that good things are coming, and trust that your suffering is not meant to be forever, and that you can learn through love. You don't have to learn through suffering, and that it's time. It's time to start loving yourself and recognize that you're not the person that you were 2 months ago, 2 years ago, 20 years ago. You are this present moment and everything you choose to be in the future. So, pile 4. I am going to head over to the extended now, but if you're leaving me here, thank you guys so much for watching. Definitely let me know how it resonated. If you'd like to support me, you can, well, I do want to say thank you to everybody who watched my ads, because that is one way to support me. But also you can like this video, you can comment down below, let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already. You can click that bell if you want to be part of the notification squad. I do respond to comments when my videos are first uploaded, so if you want to hear from me, you will be more likely to connect with me then. You can check out my social media, which is linked below. Any other social media accounts claiming to be me are not me. If you follow me on Instagram, be aware that like 3 scammers will probably follow you. None of them are me. I'm not offering personal readings. And then yeah, merch is linked below as well. But that is all I have. So thank you guys so much for letting me give you this reading, and for watching it, and for wanting to love yourself. I think that's a wonderful and brave thing to do. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye.